Senate will come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Those in the gallery and those on the floor will please rise as we're led in prayer by the Senator from Wood. Please remain standing after the prayer as the Senator from Mason leads us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Father, we come to you today, Lord, and we just acknowledge that we need you, Father. And we acknowledge that you are our Creator and that you loved us enough to send your Son, Jesus Christ, to die for our sins on the cross, that if we believe in Jesus, we'll have eternal life. And Lord, just pray you bless today. God, help us to do your will in our votes, in the bills we pass, in the decisions we make. Give us wisdom, we pray, Lord. We all need that desperately. And we pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Senator from Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would all those on the floor and those in the gallery please stand and help us recite the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading the journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, February 17, 2022. The Senate met at 11:05 a.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President in the chair.
Senior Senator from the 4th requesting unanimous consent that further reading of the journal is dispensed with and the journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading of the journal is dispensed with and the journal is approved. Introduction of guest. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome the honorary pages of the day. Please stand and be recognized as your name is called. As guests is the Senator from Boone, Cale Messer, and Dakota Browning Linville. As guests is the Junior Senator from the 8th, Brighton Bennett, Katie Wentz, and Terry Wentz. As guests is the Senator from Greenbrier, Eliza Miller. As guests is the Senator from Summers, Zoe Browning, and Allie Farley. As guests is the Senator from Tucker, Rhett Grady, and Easton Grady. Will the Senate please make them feel welcome? Are there further introductions? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is on behalf of the Senate, it is your pleasure and mine to introduce our doc of the day. In the rear of the chamber, we have Dr. Ben Wainblatt. If you wouldn't mind standing, let Senate give you a warm welcome.
Senator from Logan.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the North Gallery, we have a very special friend of mine, Logan County Commissioner, President of the Commission, Danny Godby, but also, Mr. President, if you go back a few years, he's got a baseball card on him because I think he played for Cincinnati Reds. If Danny Godby would stand. Also, Mr. President, I've got a couple of friends in the North Gallery. I've got the rep for the NRA, Art Tom, special friend, if he would stand. And the Senate make him welcome. And I also have the rep for West Virginia CDL, Kevin Patrick, if he would stand. The Senate make him welcome. Thank you.
Further introductions. Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senator from Logan, we are pleased to have seated in the President's Gallery the chaperones of our honorary pages from Scott High School. That'd be my former co-worker, Angela Linville. If she would stand, the Senate make her welcome.
Introductions. Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce the parents of my two pages today, the Grady bunch. They're in front of the President's Gallery is their mother, Amy Grady. And in the North Gallery is their father, Jack, and their sister, Chesney. So if Chesney would stand, and the members make them welcome. Thank you.
Senator from Summers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we have with us seated in the President's Gallery the chaperones of our honorary pages from Summers County Comprehensive High School. We have Zoe Bowling's mother, Joy Bowling, and Allie Farley's mother, Jennifer Farley. If you'd stand and let the Senate make you welcome.
Are there further introductions? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senator from Summers, we have with us seated in the President's Gallery the chaperone for honorary page from Midland Trail High School. If Eliza's father, Sean Settle, would please rise and the Senate make him feel welcome.
Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. On your behalf and on behalf of the Senior Senator for the 8th, we have in the President's Gallery a chaperone for one of our honorary pages from Elkview Middle, Brighton Bennett's mother, Brittany Collette. If she could stand and if the Senate could make her feel welcome.
Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of committee substitute for House Bill 4025, providing exemption to severance tax for severing rare earth elements and other critical minerals.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4329 to clarify the definition of an interested person for purposes of the West Virginia Small Estate Act.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4562 relating generally to the suspension and dismissal of school personnel by board and the appeals process.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
House Bill 4578 relating to authorizing the Superintendent of State Police to administer the Handle with Care program.
Message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 64, allowing county commissions to impose amusement tax, and reports back a committee substitute for same, and Senate Bill 553, relating to powers of West Virginia Health Care Authority, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the two committee substitutes do pass, but under the original double committee references, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to waive the second reference to finance. The bill does not impact the general revenue budget. Senate Bill 553 does not impact the budget.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Under the original double committee reference, Senate Bill 64 will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 230 relating generally to public employees' grievance procedure, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 456, requiring county boards of education to develop seizure action plans, and reports the same back without recommendation as to passage, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Education. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
The report be received under the original double committee reference. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
Your Committee on Economic Development has had under consideration Senate Bill 467, creating West Virginia Motorsports Entertainment Complex Investment Act, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Chandler Swope, Chair.
Report will be received, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 470 relating generally to healthcare decisions and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 556 removing outdated reference to federal officers' peacekeeping authority and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration Senate Bill 586 relating to athletic eligibility of transfer students and reports back a committee substitute for same with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 619 relating to rulemaking or unidentified and unclaimed remains in possession of Chief Medical Examiner. Senate Bill 639 providing 45-day waiting period on rate increases when water and sewer services are purchased from municipality. And Senate Bill 640 eliminating requirement of PSC to send certain recommended decisions by certified mail. And reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received. Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish unanimous consent to return to the second order of business, please.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senator from Cabell.
Mr. President, seated in your gallery, we have another, I think, celebrity with us today. We have a person, Jan Rader, who was the co-star of the Academy Award-nominated film Heroin with an E, who's done so much to help people in recovery. We don't have enough time today for me to describe all the things she's done as the fire chief of Huntington. Jan, would you please stand and be recognized?
Are there further introductions? Proceed.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 628, supplementing and amending appropriations to Department of Commerce, DNR. Senate Bill 629, supplementing and amending appropriations to Department of Education, West Virginia Board of Education, Vocational Division. Senate Bill 630, supplementing and amending appropriations to Higher Education Policy Commission, Administration, Control Account. Senate Bill 633, supplementing and amending appropriations to DHHR Consolidated Medical Services Fund. Senate Bill 636, supplementing and amending appropriations to Department of Revenue Office of Tax Appeals. And Senate Bill 637, supplementing and amending appropriations to Executive Governor's Office Civil Contingent Fund. And reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Economic Development has had under consideration Senate Bill 643, removing residency requirements of members appointed to County Airport Authority, and reports back committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Chandler Swope, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining has had under consideration Senate Bill 650, eliminating number of royalty owners required for utilization by operator for lawful use and development by co-tenants, and reports back to committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Randy E. Smith, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration Senate Bill 651, allowing County Board of Education participating in operation of multi-county vocational center to withdraw, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4111 relating to the prescriptive authority of advanced practice registered nurses, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bill, Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill 671 through Senate Bill 684 be considered and introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that Senate Bill 671 through Senate Bill 684 be considered and introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 49 by Senator Woelfel establishing honor guard in each National Guard unit.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 31 by Senator Smith designating February 21st, 2022 as Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Day.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to return to the fourth order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 685 originating in committee relating generally to Real Estate License Act and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received. Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 48 naming the U.S. Army Private First Class Ronald Lee Berry Memorial Bridge.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed Senate Bill 213 established Licensed Professional Counseling Compact. Third reading of the bill. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Carnes moved to amend the bill on page 27, section 15.
Senator from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Randolph.
This amendment adds a proviso to the compact that provides that any rules or bylaws of the Commission shall not alter or amend, abolish, or contravene the scope of practice or standard of care in the state of West Virginia for licensed professional counselors. Mr. President, I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is the adoption of the amendment offered by the Senator from Randolph. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be re-engrossed. Question now is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senate Bill 213 creates an interstate compact for licensed professional counselors. The language of the proposed bill is standard language developed by the Counseling Compact. Once 10 states have authorized the compact, it authorizes both telehealth and in-person practice across state lines in counseling compact states. Counseling compact states communicate and exchange information, including verification of licensure and disciplinary sanctions. The counseling compact states retain the ability to regulate practice in their state. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 247 relating to certified community behavioral health clinics. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senate Bill 247 is a bill that requires the Bureau of Medical Services to develop, seek approval of, and implement a Medicaid plan amendment to effectuate a system of certified community behavioral health clinics, abbreviated as CCBHCs. This bill permits BMS to propose rules for legislative approval and establish criteria for certification. The proposed bill provides that the Bureau for Medical Services, in conjunction with the Bureau for Behavioral Health, establish a state certification for the certified community behavioral health clinics. Standard methodologies for the prospective payment shall be established to reimburse the CCBHCs. They shall develop a quality incentive payment system established for those CCBHCs that achieve specific thresholds on a performance-based metrics. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 268, creating exemption from compulsory school attendance for child who participates in Learning Pod or micro school. Third reading of the bill. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senators Trump and Rucker move to amend the bill on page 7, section 1.
Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you. This amendment actually inserts on page 8, section 1, line 162, after the word school, inserts the words of up to 100 students. And then it does the same a little bit later on page 8, line 163. Essentially, the amendment just limits micro schools to just up to 100 students. I'm happy to answer questions. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Mr. President, would the gentlelady yield?
Will the senator from Jefferson yield? The senator yield.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator. I'm just wondering about the rationale for 100. Could you speak to us about that, please?
Sure. You know, micro schools is something that we're right now totally unregulated in the state, is completely permissible and able to happen. But there was some debate, concern, like, okay, how big can they be? So we looked at what other states are doing and what other states have done, and also talked to some micro schools to see what was the relative size. And there are some micro schools that do grow bigger than 100, but it seems to be rare. So we thought 100 was a reasonable number.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Further discussion? If not, question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the senator from Jefferson and Morgan. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Baldwin moved to amend the bill on page 10, section 1.
Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment would provide for basic health, safety, and learning parameters by simply requiring micro schools to be subject to the same parameters that private schools are subject to in the state of West Virginia. Just to give you a couple of examples and to give the body a couple examples, inspections by the state fire marshal, minimum standards for instructional time, attendance records, an annual crisis response plan. These are just a couple of examples of the basic health, safety, and learning parameters that would be introduced by this amendment. And I would be happy to take questions and reserve the right to close. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there discussion? Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I oppose this amendment. This would, as the senator said, put all the same regulations as private schools, which, as folks know, is something that parents pay to attend and can be much bigger than 100 and include multiple grades and all sorts of activities. Micro schools and learning pods are not nearly that extensive. They can be just a handful of students, and actually that happens very often. And they also may just be meeting in somebody's home. So obviously all those regulations would not make any sense in those scenarios. So I oppose the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand briefly in support of the gentleman's amendment. Over half of the private schools in this state have less than 100 students. This is not an unreasonable burden to make sure our children are safe. Micro schools and learning pods are an absolute invitation to unregulated schools with multiple students in this state. They would be dangerous without these basic safety requirements, and quite frankly, I can't see any reason to vote against this amendment. I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion before I recognize the senator from Greenbrier to close debate? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentlelady yield once again?
Senator from Jefferson.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. I just wanted to follow up on some of your comments in opposition to the bill. Are you aware how many private schools operate within the state of West Virginia?
I don't have an exact number.
Okay. According to the Department of Education, it's 128.
Okay.
Are you aware how many of those 128 schools have less than 100 students?
I do not, although the senator from Harrison mentioned a number just now.
Yes, ma'am. According to the Department of Education, 85 private schools currently have less than 100 students. That means 66%, or 2/3 of the private schools in the state have less than 100 students.
I'm grateful to know that. I'm sure maybe some of that may have to be with the cost of private school and the fact that our state is struggling and have a lot of parents who would love to have the option but don't. I certainly hope that that's going to change once the Hope Scholarship gets implemented, but thank you.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just following up on your comments from before. I heard you say that, you know, we're just talking about a handful of students. Private schools are a different size.
That's
but
correct.
But help me understand here. According to the amendment that was just adopted,
Yes,
micro schools can have up to 100 students.
that's correct. It's possible that they could grow to that. It is possible, yes.
And the average number of students in a private school today in West Virginia is 88.
Well, again, this is going to introduce another option, and as you pointed out, less regulated option, and one that is could be completely free. It could be run by volunteers and is not the same as a private school.
They're going to be about the same size, though, correct?
It could grow to that size. It's possible.
So why would they not be subject to some basic safety parameters, for example? Is that burdensome?
Again, we're not here to dictate exactly how the micro schools will be, and therefore I don't believe that we need to have those burdens when we haven't even seen what is occurring now is causing any kind of problem. If someone starts a micro school of 5 students and it's just their children and a couple children from another family, I think that those burdens and those regulations don't make any sense.
Okay, but we're not just talking about that, are we? We're talking about a school that could have up to 100 students.
It would be possible. So if more families decide to join in and they decide to volunteer, it can grow. That's the whole point of trying something new.
Okay, well, then why do we offer the amendment to put it at 100 students, which I just asked about it a minute ago? Yes. If the intent of this is just a couple of students, a couple families getting together.
And create the possibility that it grow, yes. That is absolutely the intent.
But we're talking about schools that are going to be the same size as private schools.
Okay.
In reality.
Are you asking me questions on your amendment further, or is there anything else?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to understand why we wouldn't want these basic safety, learning, health precautions when we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about private schools and micro schools that are going to be the same size.
So a group of parents teaching their own children is not a private school. I'm sorry to keep repeating myself.
would 99 students in a classroom or whatever setting be parents teaching their own children?
It's happening in other states, believe it or not.
So 99 or 100 students in an educational setting, you would categorize as parents teaching their own students, a handful?
That's one of the options that has occurred, and we are going to try it in West Virginia.
And you oppose basic safety recommendations like having a fire marshal visit each year?
I oppose regulations that are excessive in a circumstance that the usual is not warranted for that. They might be meeting in someone's private home. If they meet in some place that is a public community building, it's already being inspected by the fire marshal, and we have current regulations that already oversee that.
And you oppose having an annual crisis plan, for example?
Again, I believe that those regulations make sense, and especially in a setting where it's a large setting, a large group of students, but we don't know that that's what's going to happen.
It's up to 100 students, right? I mean, that's the amendment we just adopted.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. President. May I proceed to speak to the bill?
I was wondering if you had closed debate or not. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. If it walks like a duck, and it talks like a duck, and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. A micro school of up to 100 students, I don't understand how that's any different than a private school. But yet they're not going to be subject to the same basic safety, learning, and health precautions as private schools. I just don't understand how this doesn't have unanimous support. It's very straightforward. I would ask for the yeas and nays to support this basic safety, health, and learning parameters for micro schools, considering especially the numbers that we're looking at here between private schools and micro schools that we've been through ad nauseum now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the senator from Greenbrier. The yeas and nays has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. 13 yeas, 21 nays, 0 absent, not voting. Less than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Romano moved to amend the bill on page 10, section 1.
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request unanimous consent. The resolution, I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few days ago, this body passed SB 261. SB 261 required cameras in the classrooms of every public school that tried to teach our special needs children. And there was a reason for that. There's a reason for that came about from some events that took place up in the Eastern Panhandle where children who had special needs were being abused by teachers. We saw fit to combat that event by placing cameras in the classrooms for every special needs student, and there's a reason why. Those students have difficulty, and Mr. President, I apologize, I got away from the amendment, didn't ask the permission to explain. The amendment simply adds the provisions of 182111 to the micro schools and the learning pods for special needs students. And with your permission, I'll explain the amendment.
I'm sorry, Senator from Harrison.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I messed up the sequence there. I've explained the amendment as adopting the provisions of 182111 regarding cameras for special needs students in learning pods and micro schools. Permission to explain the amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none.
Thank you.
Senator from
Allow me to continue on now. The provisions of 182111 would place the cameras in the micro schools and learning pods for special needs students because those children have a more difficult time communicating to parents when bad things are happening to them in the classrooms. If we believe this was necessary for public schools who have special needs students, we need to put the same requirement on micro schools and learning pods if they undertake the education of special needs students. Without it, those students are vulnerable. They're vulnerable to the same issues and same events that occurred that we passed the bill that covers every other public school. And there's no reason to treat them differently. If this doesn't concern homeschooling parents who may be educating their special needs student at home, it will only concern this new class of schools that we're creating. A new class where parents are going to be dropping their kids off for education by instructors the same way they do every day in their public schools. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there discussion? Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is a very interesting proposed amendment. I do not object at all to its goal of protecting students that have special needs. I think that's an admirable thing. I do need to point out that the cameras in the classroom is something that we passed to be mandated in public schools that have self-contained special education classrooms, something that is not possible in micro schools. They are not public schools. They also do not really have any conceivable way of having self-contained special education classrooms. So passage of this amendment, it's fine. It won't really ever be put into effect. And also want to point out that we, the legislature, funded the cameras in the classroom. And by mandating that the micro schools have this, there's going to probably have to be a future discussion as to whether we would be obligated to fund those too. But I'm not opposed to amendments, so if folks feel like this is an important addition to the bill, they can vote for it. I plan on not voting for it. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Does Senator from Harrison wish to close debate?
I do, briefly, Mr. President. I appreciate the comments from my colleague from Jefferson County. I'm not sure if she's for it or against it. I think she said at the end she was going to vote no, but why? We could have 100 special needs kids in somebody's garage getting taught. Why would we not want to protect those children like we protect all of our special needs kids? I sit back sometimes, and I've said this many times, I feel like I'm in Bizarro world. I feel like I'm in Bizarro world today. Here we're creating a new class of schools, and you can call them whatever you want, but they're schools with up to 100 kids in it. We have over half of our private schools that have less than 100 kids in it. But we have no protection for our children with regard to these schools whatsoever. This one is the most important because these kids are the most vulnerable. And if anybody thinks that every teacher or every instructor that's going to stand up and have a micro school or have a learning pod is going to be perfect and without flaw, then I got some property I want to sell you in a strange part of the world. I urge a yes vote, Mr. President. Yeas and nays, please.
Question is on adoption of the amendment offered by the senator from Harrison. I couldn't tell whether I could hear that or not. Roll call's been demanded. Is demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor for the amendment will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 19 yeas, 15 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in favor, I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Carnes moved to amend the bill on page 10, section 1.
Senator from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Randolph.
Mr. President, this amendment clarifies that in addition to the parent or legal guardian, the learning pod or micro school can submit the assessment results of the child and gives a learning pod or micro school the option of submitting the school composite results instead of requiring the results to be submitted individually. May I speak to the amendment? Thank you, Mr. President. The reason for this is that as the bill currently sits, the parents would be responsible for submitting the results potentially. And in addition to that, it doesn't take into account the variety of formation of micro schools across the country. You know, when we drop our kids off at a public school, so to speak, or we drop them at the bus stop, we know we're handing over things like they're going to perform assessments and educate our child and so on. And the same is true with a private school. But micro schools do have a little bit of a difference about them. In some cases, they're going to be entirely parent-driven, and it's appropriate for parents to submit the scores. And in other cases, it's actually going to be a little bit more similar to a private school, where the parents are still much more involved than they might be in a private school, but they're relying on the school to maintain things like records and test scores and to do those submissions. So this will allow for any one of those options to work. When we look across the country, again, the senator from Jefferson spoke about this earlier. You know, there's just a variety of ways micro schools have been implemented, and so we want to make sure that they have the ability to do what works best in each individual circumstance when we submit these scores, whether they come from a parent or from the micro school. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to rise to say this is exactly how private schools do it. This amendment is precisely how private schools do it. If it walks like a duck, I mean, I feel like I'm in Bizarro world. This is how private schools do it. We're talking about the same size. Why don't we just call it what it is? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Cabell.
Will the senator from Randolph yield?
Will the senator from Randolph yield? The senator yields.
So I'm not on the education committee, so I'm trying to catch up here with this concept. So my school that I support and attended and my grandchildren attend is a private Catholic school. It has 88 students in the high school. So can we flip it around and now be a micro school if we want to? Can we call ourselves a micro school since we're at 88?
Senator, to the best of my ability, I can answer that, but I don't think it's really germane to the question before us.
Well, let's open up the transparency curtain here. Why wouldn't we be able to just to flip it around and be called a micro school now?
I think it's entirely possible that some private schools may determine that it's the best path, but again, we're talking about an amendment that is not related to the question you seem to be asking.
How would we benefit our school by becoming a micro school? We're going to be still eligible for the Hope Scholarship money, right? If we're a micro school, right?
I believe as long as the students meet the requirements related to the Hope Scholarship, you would be.
And we're not going to have fire inspections anymore if we're a micro school, right?
Well,
if we want to flip that around.
I think that depends on the circumstance of the micro school.
But I mean, the way I've understood it from the senator from Jefferson, there's no fire inspections in a micro school, right? We just voted that down, correct?
Senator, do you have a question related to the amendment?
That's for the... If you don't want to yield, have a seat.
Well, you're asking me questions about a much broader bill, and it's neither my bill that I'm the lead sponsor on, and I'm not the chair of the committee that it came through, so I'm not sure that I'm always the best person to answer the broader questions. I have an amendment before us, and that's what I was yielding to questions related to.
Okay, I'll accept that. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Senator from Randolph. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senator from Randolph's amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be re-engrossed. Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 268 creates a new compulsory school attendance exemption for children who participate in a learning pod or microschool. The bill defines learning pod as a voluntary association of parents choosing to group their children together in a group of up to 100 students to participate in their elementary or secondary academic studies as an alternative to enrolling in a public school, private school, homeschool, or microschool, including participation in an activity or service provided to the children in exchange for payment. The bill also defines microschool as a school of up to 100 students initiated by one or more teachers or an entity created to operate a school of up to 100 students that charges tuition for the students who enroll and is an alternative to enrolling in a public school, private school, homeschool, or learning pod. The bill also includes provisions and requirements applicable to learning pods and microschools, similar to the provisions and requirements applicable to homeschool students. We have amended the bill to also require cameras if there is a self-contained special education classroom. And the bill further provides that no learning pod or microschool is subject to any other provision of law relating to education, which I want to point out, and I may not have done that great a job in explaining earlier, microschools will be subject to whatever other regulations we have, regulations relating to fire, regulations relating to safety, all of those would apply. It clarifies that learning pods and microschools subject to home instruction provisions and requirements does not make learning pods and microschools the same as homeschooling. And we had quite a discussion in committee about this, but for those who are not in the committee, so homeschooling is when a parent decides to educate their own child. In microschools or learning pods, it is possible that someone other than the parent is educating the child. I'm happy to answer questions, and I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Cabell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Education Chair yield, please?
Senator from Jefferson yield. The Senator yields.
Thank you, Senator. It's good to have you back, by the way.
Thank you.
So I've learned what a crisis plan is, and I think the crisis plan, among other things, would be like what I would remember as fire drills, things like that, active shooter. So as I understand it, the micro school would not have to comply, would not have to have a crisis plan. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I also understand that the micro school doesn't have to have fire, health, or safety inspections by local or state officials. They're exempt from that, is that right?
So they will be regulated the same as homeschoolers are regulated, which means that if they're educating in the person's home, no, they don't have to have there's no fire inspection of someone's home.
Okay.
When someone purchases a home, there are inspections, but not necessarily by the fire marshal. But if they're doing instruction in some building outside of the home, then whatever, the fire marshal still inspects those buildings, whether it's a church, whether it's a community building, whether it's, I don't know, I can't even think of all the different options, but those will have to still happen.
Well, let me just back up. Like my high school, if we decide we want to flip around and not be we want to be a micro school, that means that we no longer have to have a crisis plan, right?
Yes.
We have 88 students is what we have in 9 through 12. We'd be exempt from health and safety inspections, wouldn't we? Because we're a micro school, therefore we're exempt?
Whatever regulations govern.
What are those?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't have those right with me, but we have regulations that are outside of the private school regulations and outside of the education regulations that apply to anybody, apply to buildings, public access, things like that, that has nothing to do with micro schools. Or, so
Where
to
do I-
explain,
Go ahead.
the regulations that apply to micro schools or learning pods would be the same as we have for homeschoolers.
Yeah, but I guess in the context of 80 to 90 students, do we really want to exempt the kids that go there from all these protections that are just basically fundamental safety, health? Why would we exempt a school of 80 to 90 or to 100 kids from those basic safety protections?
Well, at some point, we'd be happy to discuss those regulations and go over, the purpose and what they do. But I will confess, I didn't review them before.
Where are these, with all due respect, where do we find these regulations? If you're not in a city, where do we find the regulations that you're talking about?
The ones that regard fire?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, boy. Okay, well, I can't tell you the exact article and code, but it is in the state code.
Okay. What about the health, like health inspections? Where do we find that if we don't have we're not in a municipality?
Again, it's in state code, and I will tell you that the local governments, of course, have enforcement mechanisms that they know, what to follow.
And you're confident that that will protect these children in the micro schools?
Well, we
right?
have those regulations to protect all of us. So any of us that have access to these public buildings, any of us that decide to rent space, we are told these are the rules that you have to follow. And really, it's open to protecting everyone.
But my high school, it's been there for 98 years, it's not a public building.
Right.
It's a private building. It's going to be a micro school. So are you saying we've got to let the government in to do inspections? I don't know where would the government have the right to do that? Like to inspect the cafeteria or something?
So if there's code and safety rules that have to do with serving food,
Right.
those would still apply.
To the micro
If they're
schools?
serving food.
Micro schools will have to go by those rules.
If they serve food to students, yes. I mean,
Thank you.
they could brown bag it. That's an option.
Thank you.
No problem.
Is there further discussion? If, Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hesitate to do this, but would the gentlelady please yield?
Will the senator from Jefferson yield? The senator yields.
I'm sorry to do it, but this is important,
Yes.
so I thank you for yielding. Will there be any attendance requirements in micro schools as currently laid before us? Instructional time?
Outside of the regulations that we put on homeschoolers, no. So they are regulated the same as homeschoolers are now.
Okay, so instructional time, attendance, no.
No.
Okay, thank you. Can micro schools field sports teams?
There's a possibility that they could have sport teams, yes.
Okay. So they don't have learning or instructional time, attendance requirements. They can be up to 100 students. They can field sports teams. They can be in a home. They could be in a warehouse. They could be anywhere. But they don't have insurance requirements?
So again, I happen to know this because I have participated in homeschool co-ops that, we have gotten together to, like have groups of classes taught by the different moms and dads. And in order to do that, we had to have a larger space than our homes provide. So we rent space from a church. And of course, the church must agree, and they tell us all the rules of the building, the exit routes, what we have to do to clean up, and have insurance. If the church does not want to cover us on their insurance when we're in their building, they tell us you must get your own insurance for the activity. And that sometimes is the reason for why those co-ops don't work or don't happen. So the requirement for insurance comes from the location you want to use, not necessarily from the activity that you're doing. So we don't require in code that if homeschoolers get together in a large number and they want to play sports and they want to go play tennis in a park, we don't require that they have insurance to play the tennis in the park. But that park can say, in order for you guys to use this for this activity, we want you to have insurance. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I understand that, but that's not really my question.
I thought you were concerned about insurance covering.
I am.
Well,
and your example is, let's say, a church. Okay, and then you can develop an agreement with the church and be subject to their insurance. But we're talking about up to 100 students who could also field a sports team. Who's going to cover you in that instance?
So the way that homeschoolers currently are right now, we cover our own children, and we are taking the risk for our own children when we participate in activities and when we're educating them. And things can happen, and they're covered by our insurance.
Yeah, things can happen and things do happen, and we're talking about schools that are going to be bigger than private schools in many instances, or at least as big as them, without an insurance requirement.
I understand it makes you uneasy. I understand that. Thank you.
It doesn't make you uneasy?
No, I have to tell you again, we've had these occasions happen where we have co-ops and we don't have any problems or issues. And if it's a good idea to have insurance for that activity, if we're taking unnecessary risk, parents can do that and they will do that. I trust parents. I trust parents to do what they need to keep their children safe.
I think you can say that about parents. I think you can say that about teachers, and I would agree with you, but life happens. I mean, I would say as a minister, we live in a sinful world, and we have to protect against that. And we're talking about a lot of people here together without basic parameters because my amendment failed, and that's my concern. But, okay, well, let me ask you about just one other thing. You know, when we were debating the last amendment on cameras, I heard you say, you know, well, I see your point, but it's an unfunded mandate we're placing on micro schools. When we did this for public schools, it was a funded mandate. Did I hear you correctly?
And it also was a regulation we put just on public schools. We didn't mandate it in private schools, I just want to point out.
Okay. But we do have certain mandates on public schools that have been unfunded mandates that we've passed on through. I mean, if you're a micro school, are you going to be required to have a water bottle filling station?
Okay, so again, not to go back into discussion on all other bills that we've passed, but the water bottle filling station was a provision that we put in for future building. When there's going to be a substantial expansion of a building, and it's a great way to make certain that kids stay hydrated and prevent the spread of COVID, which occurs with water fountains. So, and it is funded because we do pay for construction of schools and the reconstruction, renovation of schools.
So a basic health parameter in a public school is a good thing, and a basic health parameter in a micro school is a bad thing.
Again, public schools are funded with state tax dollars, and yes, we do have things that we do as public schools to have that we don't require of private schools and we don't require of homeschoolers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No.
Senator from Ohio, followed by the senator from Tucker.
Yes. Will the senator from Jefferson
Will the
yield?
senator yield? Senator yields.
Yes, Senator, I've read this bill. There's something that's very troubling about this bill, where I see that parents are coming together. The question is, are these parents going to be vetted for criminal backgrounds?
No, we do not vet all parents in the state on whether they have criminal background.
So how can you ensure the safety of these children if you're not vetting parents for criminal backgrounds?
Okay, well, I must just say that you're proven innocent, right? You're considered innocent until proven guilty. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. And if you have a charge against you, if you've been convicted of something, that's when we end up watching a parent. If someone is, like, for example, convicted of some inappropriate thing with children, they get designated as, and I can't remember the term, this is Judiciary Chair will probably remember, but they have a designation that follows them, I believe for the rest of their life, if they're convicted child sex offender registration. Anyway, so if you have something like that, then you actually have to register, and there is a website and you can look that up. But in terms of like what we can do to protect children, I think the vast majority of parents love their children, will do anything that they can to protect their children, and are not guilty of anything, heinous. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say.
But many predators go many years without ever being caught, and has damaged many children's lives. We look at the Olympics that happened to all the gymnasts. We looked at the Catholic Church. We look at even Ohio State's football teams. And if you're not going to vet the parents or the people who are teaching, I think you're putting these children at risk of being become victims of a predator.
I want to point out that if in the circumstance of a micro school or a learning pod that wishes to hire someone to teach their child and it's not them themselves, they absolutely could ask for a background check. Nothing prohibits them from doing that. It's just not mandated. And remember, it could be the same parents doing the teaching and the educating, and again, they could also go through the background check if they would like to. They could demand it of any volunteer, but it's just not mandated. So nothing's prohibiting that happening if parents feel that that is what they want to do.
There's just too many questions about this bill and really the safety issue, not just on the physical structure, and also about the children. You know it, I know it. It's a big problem in today's society with predators online, in schools. When I worked as a teacher rep, there were predators in the classroom. And what would happen would be they would eventually just quit once the system found out. They would quit before they ever got tried and move on to some other school. And believe me, there are predators out there. And when you have this many unvetted people, there's a good possibility that there's going to be a predator in the bunch. And I think for this bill, there should be something in this bill that would make sure everybody who's in that classroom is vetted.
Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good grief, if this is the biggest bill we can find to fight over, then, Mr. President, we need to do a better job getting bills out of committee and give them something to fight over. This is simple. A lot of people, whether we want to believe it or not, and the reason we have bills like this is because a lot of people are fed up with the present public school system, mostly because of social issues and what is being taught and the social aspect of the thing. All this does is give a parent the right for another option to educate their children. If you don't want the children educated, just get up and say, we only want them educated one way, that's it. There's nothing wrong with trying new stuff to get to where we need to be. There's no public funds goes to this. No public funds goes to this. If our colleague from the senator from, thank you, Mason County, if her and a couple of her teachers decide they want to do this, to go out on their own and start a micro school, then they can. This allows them to do it. And venting, yes. They're going to be bad players probably. We don't know that. There's bad players in the public schools. There are bad players. There's law that protects these kids, and there's laws that you could address these problems. and water bottles. Good grief. It's just another way, everybody likes to use this, another tool in our tool chest to educate our children. Whether you want to admit it or not, we've got a problem with education in this state. Do we just keep on doing what we're doing and saying, man, this isn't good, this isn't good? No, we need to do something different. And this is a way to try something different. If it doesn't work, guess what? We'll be back here next year or the following year and we're changing. It happens every year. All I'm saying is just give it a chance. Are we going to have a micro school that has 100 students in it? Probably not. You know the only way we would have that? If this was successful. If this is successful, then you're probably going to see some schools with 100 students in it. You're probably going to see it start out with 5, 10. You're going to see homeschoolers probably get into this, which I think is great. Everybody worries about homeschoolers not getting social skills, not getting they're not being taught by certified or qualified teachers. This here helps address that problem. It's not that big of a deal, people. Maybe I'm looking at it in too much of a common sense way. But it's something we need to try. I went to public school. My children went to public school. Part of my grandchildren went to public school. But now I have grandchildren that's going to, or is being homeschooled. And basically this is about the same thing as a co-op. They're involved in co-ops. And they're doing well. My granddaughter, who just finished up the 4th grade last year, tested on a 7th grade level for vocabulary and reading and science, history, on a 7th grade level. So don't tell me it can't work, because it can work. I'm just saying, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, guess what? We're changing. But we're beating the dead horse to death. Let's just give it a try. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to disagree with my friend from Tucker. I think it's a very important issue. It involves the education of our students. Without education, our country falters, our country fails, our state will fail. And what we're talking about here is an unregulated school system. Parents who don't want to take the time to homeschool their kids will be able to form groups where they can dump their kids off, and who knows what's going to happen to them under this scheme. You know, it's funny. I often think God's funny because I get to come down here with you all. But I was walking out in the halls today, checking out some of the exhibits of some of our college students out there, very intelligent, very high grade of analysis, and it was interesting. I happened on this one exhibit, and it was about effects on education. What has the most effect on education? And this student from Marshall had done this study that included public schools, private schools, homeschooling, micro schools around the country, and did surveys. It was very in-depth, and I said, what is the variable? What makes a difference in education? And she said, funding. Funding is the only variable. There's no difference between the results in homeschooling, public schooling, private schooling. It's all based on funding. So what have we done for the last 8 years? The last 8 years, we've done everything we can to reduce funding to public schools. Charter schools, vouchers, getting rid of personal property taxes. It's all going to have a devastating effect on public education. These schools will have an effect on public education by taking kids out of the system. We've attacked public educators. When we all came in, or at least when I came in 14, there were around 690 some vacancies in the public school education system. Today there's only 1,100, over 1,100. If our goal's not to destroy public education, then we're failing at whatever our goal is. And this is another piece of that. Nearly half of the private schools have less than 100 students. If I'm a private school, you'd be crazy not to become a micro school. You have no regulation. You have no requirements to show your kids are being educated. we were taking and given an opportunity to isolate our kids, to allow them to be indoctrinated, to allow them to be uneducated, without any oversight, without us doing our job of providing a thorough education to them. Now, I'm sure my friends across the aisle have voted this and decided how they're going to vote, but I ask you to think hard. They define micro school with the word micro school. There is no definition for it. It's just some words we made up and put in a statute. Vote your conscience, vote this bill down.
Senator from Lewis.
Mr. President, I move the previous question.
Question is on ordering the previous question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The question now is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare them. Senator from Marshall. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 21 yeas, 13 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 371, authorizing miscellaneous boards and agencies to promulgate legislative rules.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 438, relating generally to West Virginia Security for Public Deposits Act. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Wood.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is an agency bill from the Treasurer and creates a new article entitled West Virginia Security for Public Deposits Act in Chapter 12 of the West Virginia Code, which is entitled Public Monies and Securities. The new act authorizes a pooled collateralization program to be administered by the Treasurer's Office. The pooled method of collateralization refers to security deposits by accepting the contingent liability for the losses of public deposits of other designated state depositories also choosing this method. Currently, banks in West Virginia accepting public deposits utilize the dedicated method of collateralization for such funds, which requires the amount of funds on deposit in excess of the amount insured by an agency of the federal government to be collateralized by securities in an amount of at least 102% of the amount on deposit. Acceptable securities are determined by the Treasurer. This bill does not eliminate the option for banks to secure public deposits through the dedicated method, but it provides banks with a new option of securing public deposits through the less costly pooled method instead. The bill defines terms. It defines public depositor as including the state or any county, municipality, spending unit, or other public or political subdivision of the state. The bill establishes the power and duties of the Treasurer to implement and administer the Act, including developing procedures and making determinations necessary to operate the program. It provides the Treasurer with the legislative and emergency rulemaking authority. The bill authorizes the Treasurer to fix terms and conditions for securing public deposits, to establish a method to determine pooled collateral requirements, to determine the securities or instruments that constitute eligible collateral, and to establish reporting requirements. The bill provides that public deposits must be made to designated state depositories, and in some instances limits the liability of public depositors. The aim of this legislation is to lower the overall cost of public deposits and increase competition among financial institutions, resulting in more competitive contract terms and cost savings to public depositors. If everyone's still awake, I will take questions. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 43 of the Rules of the Senate, I request a ruling of the chair on whether or not I should be excused or required to vote upon this measure. I serve as a director of a community bank.
Senator Pinion, Chair, you're a member of class and you'll be required to vote. Junior Senator from the 17th.
The same, Mr. President.
Same response.
Thank you.
Is there discussion? If not, question before Senate, this shall the bill pass. All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the motion. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I'll declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 543, creating unemployment compensation insurance fraud unit within Workforce West Virginia. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would create within Workforce West Virginia a fraud unit. The unit would be headed by a director who is required to have some experience in fraud investigation and computer technology. The unit would be charged with investigating unemployment fraud. These investigations can be initiated by the unit, or they can review reports or complaints of allegations from federal, state, and local law enforcement. The unit is given the power to review and copy records, issue subpoenas, administer oaths, share records with law enforcement, make criminal referrals, and conduct out-of-state investigations. Members designated by the Commissioner may operate state vehicles and carry firearms with appropriate training. The proceedings of the unit are not subject to open meetings, law, and FOIA. The unit is patterned after the Fraud Investigation Unit of the Offices of the Insurance Commissioner. The fiscal note indicates that Workforce currently has available positions to staff this unit. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Junior Senator from the 16th.
Thank you. I have a question for the Senator. Would this also include the ability...
One moment. Will the Senator yield?
I'm sorry.
Senator yields.
Would you yield for a question, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Would this also include investigating employers to make sure they're complying with all the rules and regulations of this unit?
No.
Would you be kind enough to explain to me why we wouldn't want to also make sure the employers are complying with this or part of this investigation possibilities?
There are an abundance of provisions for checking on employers throughout the West Virginia Code. It's not necessary here.
Well, but not within Workforce West Virginia, not within that unit.
There's other provisions for it within Workforce as well.
And I just want to make sure I understand the rationale. Is because there are other units that look at this? There are other parts of our bureaucracy that look at employers' issues with this?
Workforce West Virginia, there's other provisions within Workforce West Virginia where they can investigate employers.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea, those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 574 relating to West Virginia PEIA. Third reading of the bill. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Takubo moved to amend the bill on page 1, section 30.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment simply allows the situation we have in West Virginia is that oftentimes in one section of the state, our hospitals, you go in for a exact procedure, gets paid only a third. If you go right across the state line all around Kentucky, Ohio, our taxpayer dollars are paying 3 times the amount to outside facilities with our dollars. Same goes for EMS. EMS, when they oftentimes will travel across those borders, PEI is paying less than Medicaid. And so what the amendment does is simply gets EMS providers in line with what we're trying to do with hospital providers and allow those hospitals to negotiate exactly the same as we allow Kentucky, Ohio, Maryland, Virginia, who am I missing out, to do the same. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support the amendment. The intent of the bill is to just address one small portion of the non-state, non-mandatory component of the state's insurance plan, this just adds a second component. There'll be negotiated rates that are more appropriate with standard rates in 2 small components of that non-state plan. But the amendment also would allow for the EMS, which are mostly run by counties, will allow for the counties to recapture some funding, which will help with their premiums that will maybe go up with this bill. So overall, it's I personally think that they should negotiate rates with every single component of the state pool. So adding one more to me is a good idea.
Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the majority leader yield, please?
Will the majority leader yield?
I do.
Do we have any idea how much money we would have to raise to get some of these PEIA costs up to Medicare cost? Is there any, particularly now that we're adding not just the hospital, but also now the EMS, is there any idea what number that would be?
So I don't have the train, but what I believe I recall in testimony is that PEIA currently is about 59% of Medicare cost. So we would have to get them up at least, additional 30%.
Several $1 million, though, statewide.
Correct.
Thank you. I also support the amendment. I think this is a group that's been underpaid, under-reimbursed for many times, and it's a very fragile workforce. We've lost many paramedics and EMTs, and certainly anything we can do to help them, I certainly support. Urge adoption.
Is there further discussion pertaining to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the senior senator from the 17th. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be re-engrossed. The question now is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senate Bill 574 requires that the PEIA, Public Employees Insurance Agency, reimburse any hospital that provides inpatient care to the non-mandatory, non-state permissive participants. Those rates be negotiated between the hospital and the plan. The proposed bill states that nothing in this section limits the authority of the director, including his or her authority to manage, provide contracting and payments to the designated covered and non-covered services. The effective date is July 1st, 2023. The bill clarifies that there are various coverage pools within PEIA, including non-state insurance plan and state insurance plan. Mr. President, kind of in summary, it's a short bill. The amendment, we just basically discussed the whole bill, but it does designate the funding within the section of the code that deals with PEIA to the 2 separate pools be termed a non-state insurance plan, and the other one be called the state insurance plan. This bill and the amendment that was just adopted to this bill both deal with the small component of the non-state employees. To me, that's the most important part. It's and these numbers are rough estimates, but maybe there's 220 to 230,000 members in PEIA. In this non-state pool, there's probably about 15,000 policies, roughly 30,000 members. So it's 30,000 of about 220 or 230,000 people we're talking about. But these are non-state employees. Just to give like a real life example, you might have a married couple, husband and wife. One of them works for a city that was had Blue Cross Blue Shield or some other premium insurance. And maybe a year and a half ago, they were paying about $550 a month for their premium. And this is a real life example. They switch and jump into our non-state pool, and overnight they're paying $130. So they go from $550 a month to $130 a month overnight, just by jumping into this non-state pool. And the coverages are comparable, so they're getting the comparable coverage. But how's their premium go down $400 a month? Well, it's because we as a state are subsidizing their insurance for these non-state employees. And that's okay. If we as a state and we as a legislative body want to subsidize the city and counties and political subdivisions and non-state employees, that's a decision we need to make. But we're not subsidizing with state money. We're saying we're going to subsidize you, but we're going to make the hospitals and the providers pay for it. And that's just wrong. And they're already struggling to survive as it is. So when you're reimbursing somebody at 59% of Medicare on certain services, and sometimes Medicare doesn't pay for the cost of the service. Okay, then now you're at 59% of that, which doesn't cover the cost of the service. How do we expect these entities to survive? And the providers, the hospitals, the clinics, independent practitioners. So this is a step in the right direction. It's a very small component of the minority pool of separate risk pool in PEIA that is that we're addressing here. And if we can't successfully pass something that I feel so appropriate on this small group of non-state employees, how are we ever going to tackle PEIA and the issues that we have, with the whole insurance plan to begin with? I mean, this is something that we need to address. This is a very small bite of the apple, as was mentioned in the committee by one of the senators that was discussing. He says a small bite of the apple, and I agree. This is a very small bite of the apple. Why do you do it? Why? Well, if you don't take a small bite, you'll never take any bite. We've taken no bite in the last 4 years. There's no premium increases. There's been no deductible increases. There's been no copay increases on any member or any of the risk pools in our PEIA program in 4 years, since 2017, 4.5 years. But yet, in the commercial market, I can speak from experience, you're up 5 to 6% a year compounded 4 years in a row. So the state, if the state would like to subsidize this non-state pool, it's my opinion that it should subsidize it, but not on the backs of the healthcare providers and the hospitals. I would urge passage of the bill.
Are there others who desire to speak on the question of passage of the bill? The chair recognizes the senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the chairman yield, please?
Yes. Chairman yield. Chairman yields.
Chairman, again, do we have any idea how much money we can raise by raising the premiums on this non-state mandated pool?
No. There was some testimony and some quick math that was done in committee with one of the persons that was called to the stand and one of the senators, and without the amendment, we were talking about just negotiating the inpatient rates, because the bill itself just deals with one small fat component of the non-state pool, which is the hospitals are allowed to negotiate with inpatient rates. Well, right now they're not. They say we're going to pay you 59% of Medicare, and you can't do anything about it. But we'll pay someone across state 3 times Medicare. We'll pay the Ohio and Pennsylvania and the Marylands and Kentuckys 3 times as much. So the quick math, again, minus the amendment, was maybe someone said $30 a premium. Maybe it'd be up $30 a premium just to add this one component of allowing negotiations for inpatient rates.
And again, would that $30 a month, would it somehow raise enough money on, if we're just raising it on 13% of the insureds, would it raise enough money to really move the needle toward the Medicare reimbursement rates, particularly now that we're including the EMS folks?
it's not necessarily going to move any needles, but it's a step in the right direction. It's the right thing to do. It's better, like the needle will move. You might not notice it, but the last 4.5 years, it didn't move at all. Not even a bit. Actually, if you count, it's moved in the wrong direction. If you account for medical inflation, it's went backwards. So it's but Senator, I believe that we should be doing this across all 3 risk pools of PEIA, period. People should be allowed to negotiate, and the reimbursements should be subject to, negotiations and up to at least Medicare, everybody. But that's not going to get across the finish line. Okay, I'd encourage the governor to revisit that, because the non-state pools should have to pay an increase as well. He stated the governor doesn't want to raise it, so we didn't address that in this bill for those reasons. I would love to put this same bill and apply it to all the pools in PEIA.
Again, my concern, of course, is that when we just raise rates on a tiny fraction of the entire pool of insureds, that we're really not going to do much, and that this tiny fraction that we have decided to cover and supplement are a very tenuous group of people. So, that's
Senator,
my concern.
we have 61 hospitals in this state, many of which are struggling to make a profit. We've heard testimony from them, and I've had numerous discussions with them, that this tiny little movement of the needle in this tiny fraction is crucial for some of them to turn a loss into a profit. It's on inpatient rates. This will not affect providers, like outpatients, doctors, and who see patients, or nurse practitioners that see patients, or physical therapists, or chiropractors, whatever. But on inpatient rates, it gives hospitals a chance to at least get to Medicare, which is reasonable. And yes, even though it's moving the needle small overall, for that entity, the Hospital Association, it moves the needle a lot.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Junior Senator from the 8th.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 574. I appreciate the efforts by the Chairman of Health to address the reimbursement level of hospitals. I think all of us, and I don't want to speak for all of us, but I know for myself and a few others, we understand the problem of reimbursement. We understand that it's too low. The issue with this, though, is it doesn't move the needle when it comes to that particular problem. And what we're doing is, for very little gain, one small group of individuals that range around 13,000 have to carry all the pain. And we're talking about first responders, our city and county first responders. They've been working, right now they have a problem with retention and rehiring in this state. Now we may add their we'll increase their premiums by virtue of passage of this bill. This is in the context of inflation that everyone is suffering from today. So these first responders who we've put on a pedestal because of their great work during COVID, their counties and cities put them into this pool in order to keep their premiums low. Now we're going to pass a law that will only increase their insurance premiums. And again, for not much of a result. I understand that the Hospital Association, for example, would want this bill because hospital reimbursement is an important issue. But what I remember from the testimony was that it wasn't going to move the needle and that this is just a step in the right direction. And again, all the pain will have to be carried and will be by our first responders, our municipal employees, our county employees that have bought into PEIA. And for that reason alone, I urge a no vote for this bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion before I recognize Senior Senator from the 17th?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the legislation, and I'll tell you why. Here's the status on the ground right now. So we have had about 380 EMS squads just 5 years ago in the state of West Virginia. I think we're down to a number of about 127 squads currently throughout the state of West Virginia. Many EMS squads were running ALS, Advanced Life Support, which means they had at least one paramedic on the truck. Now, Many squads are having to run only EMTs, which is basic life support. Some squads are having to close down services, and so you may find yourself very quickly in the state of West Virginia, 30, 40 minutes even waiting for EMS to come get you. Now, the part of that is because there's no reimbursement, they have suffered, just like the hospitals, on the backs of, the sacrifice of themselves. PEI was a benefit to state employees. Non-state employees really was never intended to be on PEI in the first place. Somehow they got on. Of course, they loved that. It saved them a lot of money. But again, it's on the backs of the taxpayers, and it's on the backs of the hospitals and the care providers. What we talked about in committee was that there was a fiscal note. If we took them up from about 59% of cost, now keep in mind that's cost. If I'm selling pizzas and it costs me $5 and I'm only getting reimbursed 59% of the cost, I'm not going to stay in business very long. That was about $11.4 million. That was raising from about 59% up to 125% of Medicare. There's no hospital in the state with any private insurance that is more than 150% of Medicare, so I can't imagine that it would go up to the peak of 150%, but even if it did, you're only talking about an additional $3.8 million to that projected fiscal note. The issue also is with EMS is so you provide that coverage and you finally do get somebody to the hospital, well, then what happens? Currently, just at our hospitals here in Charleston this week alone, I've had calls say, hey, my loved one's really sick, can you get him in? I call down in the situation, and we've been fighting the situation for many months now. We had 16 people admitted in the ER. There was no place to put them. They're laying in the bed for sometimes 36 hours in the ER. That's what's happening right now all over the state of West Virginia because we don't have nurses, we don't have staff. Why do we not have that? Because we can't pay them. Where's our nurses going? They're traveling to Ohio and then Kentucky and West Virginia, and part of the reason why those hospitals can pay them, because we pay them. We take our taxpayer dollars of our citizens here in West Virginia. Keep in mind, if you're not a state employee, you're not benefiting from PI, but you do benefit from your hospital. Well, it doesn't matter if you've got no nurses there to take care of you when you get admitted to that hospital. So when we looked at the cost, you say, well, the counties, they saved all this money when we allowed these non-state employees to get on PEI. Many of those are EMS providers. But again, you heard the testimony. If you take the cheapest insurance with the highest deductible plans you can get, you're probably paying 50% of that on this PI plan. You're getting a heck of a bargain. All we're saying is you're still getting a heck of a bargain. When we looked at this increase, it was maybe taking it up $30 a month. So when we looked at the cheapest deductible plans, most people were paying over $1,000 a month. I think the testimony from the director of PI said that he gave an example of Bridgeport. They're paying $540 a month. So you can kind of see the discrepancy of the benefit they're getting. If we pass this bill, it might go up $30 more to $570 a month. Still far, far, far below the cheapest, highest deductible plan they can get on the market. This returns the money directly back to West Virginia. It returns it back to the hospitals and the EMS providers. The counties that are concerned that they could get hurt, keep in mind, the counties also say that their ambulance squads, the worst payer, worse than Medicaid, is PEI. They lose a significant amount of money every time they haul another PI. So part of the amendment we just did was to go back and reimburse them. So when the counties say, well, you guys will do this and our premium will go up a little bit, and then they said, well, but if you allow us to not take the massive loss we're taking on PI, maybe we'll come out ahead, actually. So for those reasons, I would urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is no question that PEIA reimbursements are low. There's no question that impacts the hospital's viability, the ability to provide good care and compete for workforce. That's not the issue. The issue is, how do you get there? PEIA insurance is about $1 billion, $600 million a year from the state of West Virginia. That hasn't been raised. The governor, about 3 years ago, my understanding, the senator from Putnam could correct me, but put in about $105 million in case, of an emergency, if they had to get into that. My understanding is we will have to get into that this year and more next year. The concept of trying to raise enough money to have any impact at all on 13% of the insureds is, we talk about kicking the can down the road. We don't even kick the can over as far as having any kind of real impact. Unless you would dramatically raise the rates on this tiny fraction of the insureds. So how do you do it? How do you really do it? Well, we're going to have to come to the table here with more than impacting the premiums on 13% of the insureds. We're going to have to come to the table here and try to get a better risk pool. We have a sick population here. We have more tobacco use, we have more obesity, and those are the two main cost drivers for healthcare cost. We have to get serious here in a multifaceted approach if we're going to deal with this. Now, we have heard about a huge budget surplus. We're even capping our rainy day funds. We're capping our severance tax. We're doing so well. So there's multiple options that we could do to help fund PEIA, help those reimbursement rates go up and in a meaningful way. With great political peril, I introduced a bill knowing it would never see the light of day. But it would raise income of $70 million. This may raise $7 million. You put $7 million into EMS and hospitals across the state of West Virginia, and we're barely kicking the can over. So instead of impacting that tiny 13% of the insureds who are already in a, I'd say, desperate situation. You're losing paramedics, 1,200, I think. We lost 300 and some EMTs. Logan County itself pays $513,000 for premiums for these folks. At a time when we want more deputy sheriffs, we want more public health employees, we want more firefighters, more EMS, anybody that's in this tiny fraction, that's a group that could least afford premium increases. So if we're so desperate that we're going to raise premiums on those highly impacted workforce that we're losing and need to maintain, in order to try to get $7 million into a system, then we're not thinking big enough, Mr. President. We need to think bigger than that. And again, we're not even kicking the can over. There's no question the intent is good. I appreciate it. If we want to take these non-state mandated employees out of the PEIA, we can do that. But let's not punish them, and again, in such a way that it really isn't going to matter anyway. We're not going to have enough money to move the needle, to do anything that this is intended to do. There's no need to vote for it. It's going to hurt counties and municipalities without gaining any real funding for our hospitals and what this is intended to do. We have federal monies, we have surpluses, we have multiple ways that we could fund and increase these premiums to the hospitals and make them competitive, and to the EMS, which we should do. Doing it on the backs of these municipal and county employees is not the way to go. I urge a no vote.
Further discussion. Senator from Monongalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Boone yield, please?
Will the senator from Boone yield? The senator yield.
Senator, thank you. You've piqued my interest and curiosity. I would like to know what it is you have planned. I believe you mentioned $70 million. What is your plan?
Well, I'm almost embarrassed to point it out, but it's on the bills that were introduced today, Senate Bill 677.
And what does 677 do in a nutshell?
It would provide for a pop tax on soda tax.
And at what rate?
5 cents.
Senators, this questioning is outside the scope of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion before I recognize the senator from Marshall to close debate? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Barely kicking the can over. You know, I heard that 3 times. This is my 6th session, and the previous 5, we didn't even touch the can. We went to kick it and we whiffed, Charlie Brown style. If we can't address and get a bill across the finish line and vote yes on a bill that affects 13% of non-state, these are non-state people, and only affects a small percentage of their coverage. I mean, they have in their coverage plan, they have outpatient rates, imaging rates, drug stuff. This is just on inpatient hospital rates, which was in the bill, and we added EMS with an amendment. 2 small little factions of their insurance plan of 13% of our non-state employees. The same ones that all have reduced their premiums by 50 to 75% by joining the plan, and have not had any increases in 4 years, whereas the rest of the market has had significant increases in 4 years. Even if their insurance goes up $50, $60 a month, their premiums, they're still going to be well below 50% of what the premium market's paying. I would make an argument that they shouldn't even be subsidized by the state. But if someone wants to introduce a bill that says, hey, the state will subsidize this group of non-state employees, we're going to give state money to pay for their insurance, let's put it up for a vote and see what happens. But let's make the state pay for it. Don't make the hospitals pay for it and the providers pay for it because we're afraid to change it. That's not fair. If we as a state want to do it, let's do it and let's pay for it as a state. Let's man up and pay for it. But that's not saying we're going to do it, but we're going to make someone else pay for it. Because that's what we've been doing for a long time. And in 6 sessions, this is my 6th, everyone's afraid to touch it. Everyone says it's broke, it's broke, it's broke. Well, we got a huge problem with PEIA. Huge problem. And we do. But yeah, okay, let's just vote this bill down, and there'll be 6 sessions that I've been here that we haven't touched or passed one bill. Let's start addressing the problem. Okay, yes, it's a small little piece. I said this in committee. How do you eat an elephant, Mr. President? 1 bite at a time. Okay, let's take the first bite and see what we can do, and then let's eat the rest of the elephant over the next few years. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk to prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 14 yeas, 20 nays, 0 absent not voting, less than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill rejected.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 584 relating to West Virginia Infrastructure and Jobs Development Council. 3rd reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 584 is related to the Critical Needs and Failing Systems sub-account. That account is used for granting for critical needs through IJDC for things that have to do with sewer and water projects and being able to grant it. With the change going from 3 congressional districts to 2 congressional districts, it necessitated a change in this section of code because it references money being split between 3 congressional districts equally. Part of the issue there when we started looking at reducing from 3 to 2 because of the redistricting on it is that it's also a first come, first served system. In order to be able more efficiently to do that, the bill also removes the congressional district requirement and takes the $12 million that was spread across 3 districts and puts it in one, the state as a whole for $12 million. It also increases the cap for which projects can be applicable to this from $1 million to $2 million and increases the granting authority on it. So, Mr. President, this bill helps support the critical needs infrastructure when something fails in sewer or water or a line extension is needed in a district, and it addresses the inflationary rate that we see with these projects by increasing these amounts without actually increasing the appropriation necessary. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4048, West Virginia Keep, Bear, and Drive with Arms Act. Third reading of the bill. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the Judiciary Committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment for the whole bill. Both the original House bill and the committee amendment would amend a single section of our state code. It's Chapter 20, Article 2, Section 5. Chapter 20 is natural resources. Article 5 is the article that addresses wildlife resources. Section 5 proscribes unlawful hunting methods and activities, crimes. So, just a short backstory, Mr. President. The House bill, this section of the code lists 28 things right now that are crimes in West Virginia in connection with hunting activity. For instance, it's a crime to shoot a bird in its nest unless it's visible. It's a crime to spotlight deer. It's a crime to hunt deer from your car or from an airplane or with a drone. It's a crime to use a spotlight to hunt deer. There's a whole list of 28 crimes in this statute. Two of the crimes listed involve number 10. This is current law. Possessing a loaded rifle or shotgun, a bow with a nocked arrow, or a crossbow in or on any vehicle, etc. In other words, it's a crime under the law now to have a loaded long arm in your vehicle. That's the current law, which seems weird to me because we allow people to carry loaded handguns, but rifles or shotguns against the law. Section 11, subdivision 11, makes it a crime to carry any unloaded long arm, crossbow, bow in a vehicle that's not in a case. So these are regulations about what happens with guns in your vehicles and other weapons, bows. The House sent us a bill, Mr. President. The House bill says would change that and say it's okay, it's lawful to carry a gun, a long arm that's loaded in your car while under the totality of the circumstances, unless under the totality of the circumstances that indicates a person's hunting or attempting to hunt. And both of these sections contained amendment language adopted by the House of Delegates. I'll just read you one of these sentences. It says, for purposes of this subsection, possession of a rifle or shotgun is presumed to be lawful unless rebutted by the totality of circumstances that the person is presently attempting or has recently attempted to unlawfully take wildlife. It just occurred to me when I read that, and it's still my belief and opinion, that language violates the Constitution. Here's why. Under our law, every person who's accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. And that presumption remains with him or her throughout the entire criminal process, through a trial, until one of two things happens. Either the person pleads guilty and admits that he's guilty of the crime, or a jury determines, based on proof beyond reasonable doubt, that the person is guilty. And so we don't have anything in our law that says you're presumed to be, your possession of your loaded shotgun or rifle is presumed to be lawful. That the addition of that language provides nothing, because you're already presumed to be innocent of any crime. So a presumption that it's lawful is nothing other than what the law already is. The troubling part is the rest of what the House sent us. Unless rebutted by the totality of the circumstances that the person is presently attempting or has recently attempted to unlawfully take wildlife. And so it's presumption of innocence. You could say that's the same in the bill and in our law without the bill. But we don't have anything in our criminal law that says that presumption of innocence can be rebutted by the totality of the circumstances. The presumption of innocence in a criminal case, in every criminal case, is rebutted and overcome with proof of guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. And so, Mr. President, I believed and do believe that the House bills that came to us is unconstitutional and bad. The Judiciary Committee considered an alternative. We took those two subsections, subdivisions, 10 and 11, out of the bill completely. So the list of 28 things that are crimes in the current law is now going to go to 26, Mr. President. If the committee amendment is adopted, what it's going to say is you can carry a loaded shotgun or a rifle in your vehicle, and it's not a crime. It doesn't, that's it. It's not a crime. It will be the same as your right to carry a loaded handgun in your vehicle. We're not going to have, if the amendment's adopted and then the bill passes, those definitions of crimes related to carrying a loaded gun or a bow or a crossbow in your vehicle will be eliminated from our code. So, Mr. President, and that's all the amendment does, doesn't touch any other parts of the bill. I'll be happy to try to answer questions regarding the amendment. Otherwise, I urge the adoption of the Judiciary Committee amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Committee on the Judiciary. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak to the bill.
Proceed.
Thank you. I kind of got cut off on the last one that had to do with freedom and rights and issues when it came to education. And certainly when it comes to our rights being protected, and I'm going to vote for every bill that has to do with our freedom when it comes to Second Amendment, First Amendment, I'm on board with those things. I realize that some people in this chamber have problems with the whole idea of government control. That's what they want, more government control over our individual rights. When it came to the micro schools, that had to do with parental rights. And so let's attack parents who care for their children. Now, this is one where we're trying to say, okay, let's let people have their rights when it comes to their Second Amendment rights. And I'm for that. I urge certainly passage of the bill and other bills that protect individual rights and liberties. I think that is very important, whether it comes to education, which I'm for. I would be challenged as a private school person concerning micro schools. And I don't have a problem with it. Open things up and let's let people live their lives and let government stop controlling their lives. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Boone.
Senator from Morgan, yield, please.
Will the senator from Morgan yield? The senator yields.
I do.
Thank you. With regard to loaded guns, is there any exclusion as far as having anything in the chamber that could be easily fired? Would you have to cock a gun or whatever in the car?
If the amendment is adopted, the pending, we've adopted the amendment, so the amendment is now the bill. It deletes those two subdivisions completely. So there is no crime prescribed in that section of the code, if this bill passes, relating to bows, crossbows, loaded firearms or shotguns in a vehicle.
Okay. And again, you could have a pump shotgun, you could have one in the chamber, four in the, and that's legal.
It would not be a crime under this section of code anymore.
Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, the question before Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea, and those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4114, authorizing certain agencies of the Department of Administration to promulgate legislative rules. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 4114 is a rules bundle, and it's it's authorizing promulgation of rules. There are 4 rules within it. It's the one referred to as bundle number 2, but it's Department of Administration rules. It won't take me long to go through what they are, but this is the first one, I think, that we've taken up that has already been through the House. We've done a couple other rules bundles. This one originated in the House. It has rules from the Ethics Commission relating to the use of offices for private gain and nepotism. It has a rule from the Department of Personnel, and it's relating to personnel. There's a rule including pay plan and salary administration. It includes applications and exemptions. There are rules within the bundle that come from the Office of Technology, and two that come from the Office of Technology. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those in favor vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4299 to prohibit the intentional interference with election processes and creating associated criminal penalties. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4299 was amended yesterday on the floor. The members will remember with the Judiciary Committee's strike and insert amendment. It would put a single new section of code in our state code defining a new criminal offense which occurs when any person during hours a polling place is open for any election intentionally, physically interferes with a voter's travel on the walkways, driveways, and parking areas adjacent to a building in which a polling place is located with the intention to delay, hinder, interrupt, harass, or intimidate the voter. It's a misdemeanor, fine of up to $1,000, jail sentence up to a year, or both. I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 8th.
President, briefly, just to stand up in support of this measure and to thank the Judiciary Chairman, the committee, and staff for the work on this bill. This is a bill that came before the committee, was taken back, worked on, brought back, and worked on some more. So thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the... Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4333 relating to the sunset of the Board of Hearing Aid Dealers and Fitters. Third reading of the bill. The bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Sarah. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 12:30.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that we recess till 12:30. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Senate will be in recess till 12:30.
It's in his name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. If all members and guests will please remain standing, we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance today by the gentleman from the 62nd, Doug Hurst.
Would members and guests please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Thursday, February 17th, 2022.
Gentleman 65th, Doug Clark.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as being read.
Gentleman 65th, ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections. Introductions. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our doctor of the day is Dr. Ben Wainblatt from Marshall University. If we could make him feel welcome. Also, in the North Gallery today, I have my husband Rod and my good friends Ton and Danya Bauman. If they would please stand and the House make them welcome.
Gentleman 7th, Doug Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. Joining us today from Ritchie County, we have Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Jim Brown, and he is joined today by Tori Jackson of the school board, and also representing the WVU Parkersburg. So I ask the body to please make them feel welcome today.
Gentleman the 43rd, Doug Nestor.
Here today with us, I have some friends from back home in Randolph County, Elkins, West. Here, Allison Strother. I also have Courtney Jones. They are chaperoned by their father, or Courtney's father and mother, J.W. Jones, and her mother, Amanda Jones. If you'd please stand. I want to point out that Allison and Courtney are both avid skiers. They take advantage of what we have there to offer in Randolph County. Also, I'd like to point out that Courtney's a multi-state athlete, a nationally certified ski instructor, formerly Miss Randolph County. And both of these two ladies want to get into the medical sciences field here at West Virginia institutions, and they want to stick around to make West Virginia continue its growth and make it better. Allison wants to be a veterinary scientist, and Courtney would like to become an allopathic physician. So if we could do our jobs here today, and please stand, make them feel welcome, help them stick around.
Gentleman the 8th, Doug Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paging for us today on the House floor are Eli Bauman and Jake Bauman, accompanied by their aunt, Kay Lickenhager. Thank you. Would the House make them welcome?
Gentleman 23rd, Doug Holstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have 3 pages from Sherman High School in Boone County. If they'd stand as I read their names off: Brian Mills, Brett Atkins, and Zoe Steele. So would the House please make them feel welcome?
Gentleman the 19th, Doug Booth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delegate Griffith and myself, we have 2 pages today with us from Spring Valley High School. If they'd please stand: Liv Brown and my son Sam Booth. Would the House make them feel welcome?
Gentleman the 51st, Doug Statler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm very honored and proud to have my grandson here paging for us, Carter Thomas. Not sure where he's at right now. See there. And also accompanying him today is my daughter Michelle, my son-in-law Ryan, and my granddaughter Sarah. So would the House please make them welcome?
Gentleman the 55th, Doug Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so proud to share the news about an East Hardy High School English teacher, Michelle Wolf, as she was named the latest recipient of the Milken Educator Award. This award is a national honor that recognizes some of the best teachers across the country. Michelle is the first Milken Award winner from Hardy County since 1994, and she is certain to leave lasting memories in the hearts and minds of her students. Please help me congratulate her for this honor.
Gentleman 20th, Doug Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you will indulge me today, I've got a couple of groups of guests I would like to introduce to the House who are from Mingo County, particularly Tug Valley High School. These introductions are on behalf of myself and Mark Dean, the other delegate from Mingo. In 2021, the Tug Valley Girls High School basketball team won a state championship. The portal of athletes from our area has been amazing, and I've watched these girls, some of them from when they were very little, and it's with immense joy I see them here today. So girls, as I announce your name, please stand up. We have with us today with the girls basketball team, Autumn Hall, Audrey Evans, Alyssa Newsom, Emily Hatfield, Haley Gilman, Candace Gilman, Kristen Fields, Gabby Hatfield. The coaches, Krista Hall, head coach Clyde Farley, coach Seth Uten, scorekeeper Whitney Uten. And there were four girls that couldn't be here today were part of the team. That is Kaylee Baisden, Michaela May, and Brooklyn Farley, and Caitlin Copley. If the House would give these ladies a hand and welcome them to Charleston. They've worked very hard last year and won a state championship. I have one other set of guests I'd like to introduce to this House. If you've been here for 4 years, they're no stranger to this House, because for the last 4 years consecutive, they've won a state title in cheerleading in the Class A state. They are also from Tug Valley High School. And those cheerleaders are Casey Brewer, Sarah Deaton, Maddie Deskins, Talina Canterbury, Cammie Thompson, Mallory Reed, Felicity Baisden, Carissa Davis, Natalie Jarvis, Taylon Russell, Kylie Reed, Jaden, can't make the last name out, Laura Spalding, Jessica Spalding. The assistant coach is Marie Hatfield. The head coach is Tara Wolford. Miss Wolford was the 2019 West Virginia State Cheerleading Coach of the Year. This program has won 4 consecutive cheer titles. They have won 8 state cheer titles since 2005, 3 times being runner-ups. Just a phenomenal group of athletes over the years. I'm proud to call them my friends. I thank the coaches and I thank the parents for bringing them up here today. So ladies, welcome back to the Capitol.
Gentleman the 48th, Doug Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the delegates from Harrison County and our majority leader from Taylor County, we have a few folks from Taylor County I'd like to recognize. They also go to school at Morgantown Christian Academy. Paging with us today is Aaron Shriver and Kenzie Shriver, and also their mother joins us in the gallery above, Maria Shriver. If they would please stand, and the House please make them feel welcome.
Lady in the 4th, Doug Zukoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Young, who couldn't be with us today, I'd like to introduce her page, Zoe Clement from South Charleston Middle School, and she's here with her mother, Sarah. Please welcome.
Gentleman 51st, Doug Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may have noticed that we have 100 students outside here from West Virginia University and other colleges and universities across West Virginia presenting their research projects, and I hope you take the opportunity after session to have a look at those projects. And I wanted to recognize 2 people, not all 100. In the South Gallery, Michael Foltz from West Virginia State University, who's the organizer of Undergraduate Research Day at the Capitol. And on behalf of all of the delegates from the 51st District, Amy Hessel, who is the director of the Office of Undergraduate Research at West Virginia University, who's standing in the South Gallery. If the House could please make her welcome.
Gentleman 26, Douglas Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce to the body a young man from Mount View Middle School, Mr. Kyrese Hughes, here paging with us today. And his mother, Amber Hughes, is in the rear gallery, one of my former students, very proud of her. And also, my old superintendent sitting up there, Jim, stand up and say hi. He's already been introduced, but one of the most dedicated superintendents I think I ever worked for. So, Kyrese and his mom and Jim, thank you.
Gentleman from the 10th, Douglas Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have with us today, certainly in the North Gallery, maybe some of the other galleries as well, constituents not just from my district, but we literally have constituents from all across the state of West Virginia. Too many of them for me to name by name, but these are all freedom-loving patriots that are here to support us in our freedom health bills that we have pending here in the House. Would you all stand, please, and would the House make them welcome?
Gentleman 26, Douglas Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They cut me off there. That's okay. Out doing the research there, I have a wonderful young woman from McDowell County, Miss Candace Pruitt, and she's doing her research on dental hygiene. I don't know if she made it in or not, but if Candace is in here, I'd like her to stand. And if not, I just want to say what a fine young woman she is. Thank you very much.
Are there other introductions? Standing committee reports.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 4344 relating to foster care and House Bill 4479 establishing the Coalfield Communities Grant Facilitation Commission, and reports by committee substitutes, therefore, with recommendation that the committee substitutes each do pass.
That report will be received. Before the clerk reports the next standing committee report, the chair was negligent there. Chair at this time would like to introduce Pastor Matt Shamlin, who gave our opening invocation this morning, who happens to be the chair's first cousin, and his wife Chrissy and their family in the West Gallery. Next report.
Originating in the Committee on the Judiciary and reported with the recommendation that it do pass is House Bill 4826 relating to esports.
That report will be received, and pursuant to House Rule 80, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Originating in the Committee on Energy and Manufacturing and reported with the recommendation that it do pass, but that it first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary, is House Bill 4022 relating to altering the applicability of the Co-Tenancy Modernization and Majority Protection Act.
The report will be received, and that bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Bill 4345 relating to motor vehicle registration cards by establishing electronic or mobile registration cards. House Bill 4691 provide a 45-day waiting period before a water and sewer rate increase may go into effect for any locally rate-regulated municipality. House Bill 4742 to provide for the full restoration of the Holly Grove Mansion. House Bill 4768 relating to change hearing location and customer notice provisions. And House Bill 4797 to create an EV infrastructure deployment plan for West Virginia that describes how our state intends to use its share of NEVI formula program funds, and reports by committee substitutes, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitutes each do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4636, clarifying when business and occupation taxes owed to a city or municipality are considered to be remitted on time. House Bill 4667, prohibition on county, city, or municipality restrictions on advanced air mobility aircraft. House Bill 4785 relating to judicial vacancies, and reports by committee substitutes, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitutes each do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 4496, allowing interest and earnings on federal COVID-19 relief monies to be retained in the funds or accounts where those monies are invested, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Bill 4769, eliminate the requirement to send recommended decisions by certified mail, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 4391 relating generally to school nurses, and reports the same back with the title amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 3082, stabilizing funding sources for the DEP Division of Air Quality, and reports the same back with the title amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4668 relating to airbag fraud, and reports back to committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure has had under consideration House Bill 4675 relating to autonomous delivery vehicles, and reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, but that it first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
That report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Political Subdivisions has had under consideration House Bill 4645 allowing for surplus money collected above voter-approved excess levy requests to remain with specific county and placed in general fund, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, but that it first be referred to the Committee on Finance.
That report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Energy and Manufacturing has had under consideration House Bill 4758 relating to developing and maintaining a database to track reclamation liabilities in the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection Special Reclamation Program, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4647 relating to the Board of Funeral Service Examiners, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, but that it first be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
That report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4607 to remove opioid treatment programs from requiring a certificate of need, and reports back to committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4643, exempting certain health services from certificate of need, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4625 to remove Medicare or Medicaid certified facilities from COVID-19 immunization exemption requirements, and reports back to committee substitute, therefore, with recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4761, authorizing the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Resources to develop a submission procedures manual and adopt the same as a procedural rule, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 4580 to authorize retired bus operators, cooks, or aides to work in areas of critical need, and reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended, but that it first be referred to the Committee on Finance.
That report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 42, a resolution to support the relocation of university-level Chinese language immersion programs from the People's Republic of China to Taiwan, and reports the same back with recommendation that it be adopted, but that it first be referred to the Committee on Rules.
That report will be received and that resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 4571, modifying foundation allowance to account for transportation by electric-powered buses, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, but that it first be referred to the Committee on Finance.
That report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 2364, permit teachers in K-12 schools be authorized to carry concealed firearms as a designated school protection officer, and reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended, but that it first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
That report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on the 17th day of February 2022 presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action the following bills signed by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Delegates. House Bill 4024, creating a cosmetology apprentice program that allows companies to train employees for practical, real-world experience. Committee substitute for House Bill 4067, to make certain agency reports electronic or eliminating certain agency reports altogether, and committee substitute for House Bill 4276, WVU, to create a Parkinson's disease registry.
That report will be received. Are there further standing committee reports, select committee reports?
Originating in the Select Committee on Tourism and Economic Diversification and reported with recommendation that it do pass, but that it first be referred to the Committee on Finance, is House Bill 4827, relating to the promotion and development of public use vertiports.
That report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Select Committee on Tourism and Economic Diversification has had under consideration House Bill 4684 to exempt a county that has a single Convention and Visitors Bureau with a hotel or motel collection of less than $150,000 annually, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, but that it first be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Okay, House Bill 4684 just reported by the clerk. That report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance. Chair is advised by the Chair of the Select Committee on Tourism and Economic Diversification that the Chair is in error. If there is no objection, House Bill 4827 was erroneously referred by the Chair of the Committee on Finance. That if there's no objection, that bill will instead be referred to the Committee on Judiciary. Are objections heard? No objections are heard. Chair will refer to House Bill 4827 relating to the promotion and development of public use vertiports to the Committee on Judiciary. Next, Select Committee report.
Your Select Committee on Tourism and Economic Diversification has had under consideration House Bill 4652 to create the Proficient Customer Service Communications Act, House Bill 4653, West Virginia Economic Diversification Act, House Bill 4655 to create commercial opportunity zones to attract new businesses to West Virginia, House Bill 4656 to create the Remote Worker Home Development Act, House Bill 4659, West Virginia Heavy Duty Truck Excise Tax Elimination Act, and House Bill 4689, creation of a tax credit for electric vehicle manufacturing, and reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that they each do pass as amended, but that they first be referred to the Committee on Finance.
That report will be received. Those bills will be referred to the Committee on Finance. Are there further Select Committee reports? Executive messages? Senate messages?
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed without amendment committee substitute for House Bill 3312, establishing a memorial to child labor and child workers who died in the course of employment in this state.
That message will be received.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment House Bill 4308, authorizing disclosure of juvenile information to Crime Victims Compensation Fund for investigation and award of benefits.
That report will not be received. Next Senate message.
Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has adopted the following resolutions. Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 27, U.S. Army Technical Sergeant Harold William Schmidl Memorial Bridge.
That message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 38, Cox Brothers Veteran Memorial Bridge.
The message will be received. That resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules. Are there further Senate messages at this time? If not, resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 83, U.S. Army Sergeant Charles L. Toppings Memorial Road.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the delegate console system.
For what purpose of the gentleman 65th, Delegate Clark, seek recognition?
I would like to ask unanimous consent to be added to House Joint Resolution 65.
As a co-sponsor?
As a co-sponsor, yes.
Are there
please.
objections to the gentleman of the 65th being added as a co-sponsor to House Joint Resolution 65? House Concurrent Resolution 65? Yes, House Concurrent Resolution 65. Are there objections? Okay, no objections are heard. We'll add the gentleman's name as a co-sponsor to House Joint Resolution 65. For what purpose does the gentleman of 62nd, Douglas Hurst, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the same.
Okay, the gentleman of 62nd also asked unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor to House Joint or House Concurrent Resolution 65. Are there objections there? Okay, no objections are heard. The gentleman's name will be so added. Okay, the question now before the House is the request for unanimous consent by the lady from the 49th that the further reading of resolutions be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the delegate console system. Are there objections? Okay, there are no objections. Petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business.
House Concurrent Resolution 35, David Allen Drake Sr. Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 45, U.S. Army Specialist for Dennis Harvey Roberts Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 54, Mayor George Karos Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 62, Raymond Gerald Jr. Memorial Road. House Concurrent Resolution 63, U.S. Army Master Sergeant Donald Lewis Cohen Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 64, Robin W. Ames Memorial Road. House Concurrent Resolution 65, U.S. Army Major Jesse A. Jennings Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 70, Calvin H. Shiflett Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 71, White Angel Falls Waterfall. House Concurrent Resolution 72, U.S. Army Specialist 5, Dana V. Perkins Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 73, Halstead Brothers World War II Veterans Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 74, Judge Les Fury Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 75, Pastor Glenn F. Lowe Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 76, U.S. Navy Bosun Mates First Class Ferris Burton Memorial Bridge.
Chair will note that all resolutions just read by the clerk are infrastructure naming resolutions. Are there objections to consideration of those resolutions en masse? Okay, no objections are heard. The question before the House is the adoption of the infrastructure naming resolutions just read by the clerk. Those in favor of adoption of those resolutions will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. If the ayes have it, the chair declares each of the naming resolutions read by the clerk to be adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Is there further unfinished business? If not, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 445, modifying police and firemen's pension plans for trustees.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from 27th, Doug Gearhart, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
ComSub for Senate Bill 445 would amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to disability pensions paid by Municipal Policeman's Pension and Relief Fund or Fireman's Pension and Relief Fund. Current law requires that members receiving total disability payments from the funds for disability not incurred in the line of duty file a certified copy of their tax returns on or before April 15th of each year, with the funds to demonstrate either unemployment or income earned from self-employment or employment by another. This bill would provide that if such returns are not filed, the member's monthly disability payments would be held in abeyance until the retirant files the return. The bill also provides that if the member provides a copy of the completed application for automatic extension of time to file a tax return, the certified copy needs to be filed by October the 15th, or the member's monthly disability payments will be held in abeyance until the retirant files the return. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 445, modifying police and firemen's pension plans for trustees.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4077 provides certain classes of property protections from creditor collections.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman, 30-second Douglas Fast to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This committee substitute provides for certain classes of assets to be exempt from collection, judgment, or garnishment for default of any consumer credit or installment obligation. The bill provides for the additional protection of the classes of income, property, and assets listed in the bill from such an attachment. That is a summary, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4077 provides certain classes of property protections from creditor collections.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4141, authorizing the Governor's Committee on Crime, Delinquency, and Corrections to promulgate a legislative rule relating to law enforcement training and certification standards.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman, the 15th, Douglas Foster, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to permit legislative rulemaking. This bundle is known as the Department of Homeland Security Bundle and contains 10 rules. The bundle permits the Governor's Committee on Crime, Delinquency, and Corrections to promulgate a rule relating to examination passage for law enforcement officers. The Fire Commission has amended 7 rules necessary for the efficient operations of fire departments and volunteer fire departments. The Fire Marshal has amended 1 rule to update firework safety standards to the newest edition. Finally, the state police have amended a rule relating to career progression. That is a rule bundle. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 92 ayes, 2 noes, and 6 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4141, authorizing the Governor's Committee on Crime, Delinquency, and Corrections to promulgate a legislative rule relating to law enforcement training and certification standards.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of that motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 94 ayes, 1 nay, and 5 members absent. 2/3 of the members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4242, authorizing the Division of Labor to promulgate a legislative rule relating to child labor.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? Then no objections are heard. Gentleman to 15th, Delegate Foster, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill is known as the Commerce Bundle and has 10 rules. The Division of Labor has amended a rule relating to child labor and permitting children to work while in school and completing correct forms for homeschool students. The Office of Miners Health and Safety and Training has amended 3 rules relating to electrical safety standards in and around the mines, substance abuse screening procedures for safe operations in the mines. The office has repealed a rule after it was moved into a new title. The Division of Natural Resources has amended 6 rules relating to revocation of hunting and fishing license and reducing the prices of lifetime hunting and fishing licenses to those under the age 15 years of age, including those children who are adopted. A rule relating to no wake zone on the Elk River, public use of shooting ranges, and technical cleanup to general hunting rules and commercial sale of wildlife rules. That is the rule bundle, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 93 ayes, 2 noes, and 5 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4242, authorizing the Division of Labor to promulgate a legislative rule relating to child labor.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of that motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 93 ayes, 0 nays, and 7 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4314 excludes solicitor from the definition of investment advisor.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman 32nd, Delegate Fast, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4314 is a bill that clarifies the difference between a solicitor and a solicitor investment advisor. Pursuant to this legislative rulemaking authority, the Commissioner of Securities entered an order in 2011 creating the classification of investment advisor solicitor. The order defines what function a solicitor may perform and expressly prohibits a solicitor from performing specific functions that only an investment advisor is permitted to perform under the Act. The Auditor's Office has created a specific form for investment advisor solicitors to use for registering with the office. In sum, the bill essentially memorializes the fact that solicitors are not investment advisors. That's a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman from the 29th, Douglas Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill, and I really think that we're really not seeing what's actually going on in here. What this bill would essentially do is allow a person to go and solicit investment clients or investment business or investments without a license. This person could go out, come to you, hold a meeting, maybe at a local hotel, get everybody to come in and start talking to them about registered securities, unregistered securities, unit investment trusts, and all kinds of things without actually having a license. Now, I know that typically around these couple desks, we get rid of licenses. This is one that I actually held for many years. I wasn't always a lawyer. I was a financial advisor at one point in time, like a gentleman from the 51st. We actually worked for the same company. I held Series 6, Series 7, Series 63, CLU, and everything else, investment and insurance licenses for years. When I decided to get out of that business, a lot of my business transferred to other reps and other agents who were registered. And you see this happen from time to time when people retire, okay? Now, when I got rid of my licenses, that also cut off my compensation, okay? So I know the real reason that we're probably doing this is so that when people retire, they can continue receiving compensation on old business that they had sold years ago. And I can understand why somebody would want to do that. I could continue to do that myself if I'd simply went and upkept my licenses with FINRA, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, those Series 7s and everything else. All I had to do is my continuing ed. And all of those can be done online. They're not that difficult to do. But you have to keep yourself current and you have to know what you're doing, okay? Now, if you take this away, this is an invitation to the American Greed episode, the Ponzi scheme. Having someone out there that's not being watched and not being regulated, doesn't have a compliance officer looking over them with a Series 25, making sure they're not breaking the law, you invite the capacity for somebody to go out and do a Ponzi scheme. We just had this happen down in Raleigh County. We had somebody that was going around saying, hey, invest in these government contracts. I can get these government contracts and so forth. Turns into a big fiasco where people lose millions of dollars. Now, she should have had a license to do what she's doing. She's in prison now. She's in prison now for what she did. But having an unregistered, unlicensed solicitor is an invitation to danger. And I know that this can help some folks that are retiring and maybe keep up their income and things like that. All you got to do is your continuing ed. That's all you got to do. Go do your continuing ed and maintain the registration. Because that registration makes sure that FINRA's watching you, FINRA knows where you are, the state's watching you, and you have a compliance officer watching what you do. And so in this instance, I hope you'd listen to me, and I urge rejection.
The gentleman at the 10th, Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. West Virginia requires that an investment advisor to receive West Virginia requires licensing as an investment advisor to receive compensation for referrals from clients. This bill that we're asking for would amend to allow solicitors be allowed to be compensated for client referrals. Solicitors do not act as fiduciaries, and they do not refer, and they do refer to firms that are acting as fiduciaries. I urge passage of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman 30th, Douglas Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from Fayette yield for question? The Vice Chair yield for question? Yes, please.
Yes.
I'm now somewhat confused. So what's a solicitor? In my role, a solicitor is a lawyer that argues in court, but that's not what this is. So.
Basically a salesman.
So in lay terms, who are these people that we're saying don't need to be?
Under the order, let me just read it. The classification of investment advisor solicitor is hereby established. A person or entity may seek to register as an investment advisor solicitor. First of all, they have to register.
So I'm confused. So you can sell financial products, but so you can sell them but not advise people?
You can't sell them. You have to get them to the investment advisor. Let me finish reading. Okay, a person or entity may seek to register as an investment advisor solicitor, provided that their sole business activity as an investment advisor firm is to solicit, offer, or negotiate for the sale of investment advisory services on behalf of another person or entity. An investment advisor solicitor shall not perform any other functions of an investment advisor as defined in the chapter.
With this bill, we're saying those individuals don't need to be registered or licensed. Is that?
I don't think that's what it's saying. I mean, the investment right here is the this is the terms of the registration for an investment advisor solicitor. There's multiple criteria that such a person would have to meet to become an investment advisor solicitor, which is separate from an investment advisor.
And there was some mention of like fees, that if you're registered, or then you get the fees, but if you don't, that cuts the fee stream off and it's got to go to somebody else. Is that, do you understand?
Register as an investment advisor solicitor, the fee is $200.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about the income stream from the investments that are placed. Is
income? I'll attempt to answer your question after conferring with counsel. The business referral arrangements, including fee or commission agreements between the investment advisor solicitor and the person or entity in whose behalf the investment advisor solicitor is referring clients, shall be provided to the commissioner. So there is, if there is a payment compensation element to this, which I'm sure there is, then that has to be provided to the commissioner. Disclosure of referral arrangements, including fee or commission agreements, shall be disclosed to the customer upon solicitation of the referral. So if the fee arrangement has to be disclosed to the potential customer upon the referral.
Okay, thank you. I may have another question, but for right now, would the gentleman from Morgantown help me to understand how this world works? So I understand you. Thank you. I understand you work in this area and so is there a difference between a solicitor and an advisor? Are those terms synonymous?
Under SEC definitions, they are different. An investment advisor is deemed to be someone who is working one-on-one with a client to find financial products that are suitable for them, whereas a solicitor is someone who can be paid for a fee to do basic solicitations, making phone calls, setting up appointments.
So, you've read this legislation. You've looked at. Does this bring us more in compliance with other jurisdictions, or does this take us?
Can you repeat that, please?
Does this change bring us into more compliance with? Does it make it more consistent with other jurisdictions and federal regulations, or does it stray away from what generally goes on in this area and other jurisdictions?
In my view, it would be straying from federal regulations, from SEC model legislation, FINRA model legislation that advises state blue sky laws on this topic.
So by I'm interested in protecting those people that are putting their hard-earned money in what they believe to be viable investments. So in your opinion, by this change here, does this provide more protection or less protection for the investor, the individual that's got money looking to place in?
I would say less protection.
Less protection, okay. And then can you explain for me the fee thing? Like how the gentleman from Raleigh spoke about the fact that if you cease to be registered or I'm not sure, we'd use these terms around here interchangeably, registered or licensed or with somebody, then you get the income stream, residual stream from that book of business. But when you cease to be, then that income stream then discontinues, and for that income stream to continue somewhere, that those investments need to be placed with another individual that's registered. Is that your understanding?
That's correct, but the seller of the book of business has the opportunity to establish their market price that they would like to sell that book of business. So oftentimes that's 5 times the yearly value or 10 times the yearly value on those commissions. So to say that they would cease having the opportunity to continue being compensated for their past work, I don't know that that's entirely accurate, since they have the opportunity to sell the book at a rate times a year.
So they could, but with this change, does that change the nature of the fee arrangement?
I think they could still sell their book, or under this arrangement they could continue to get some small fee. And part of what's problematic with that is that that's not always transparent with the client. The client doesn't always know that there's someone else getting a bite at the apple that's potentially driving costs up.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, very briefly.
Gentleman is recognized.
In light of what we've just learned here, I'm just not comfortable with doing this at this particular point. I mean, you've got people that have got their life savings that are under these arrangements, and I just simply do not understand this well enough and know the unintended consequences that could possibly occur for an individual to support the bill, so I'll be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Due to several concerns and questions, I'll ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
Does the chair hear objection? Objection is heard.
I move we postpone action one day.
Lady from the 49th moves that the action on House Bill 4314 be postponed one day. Roll call vote on the motion is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Okay, demand is sustained. This is a debatable question. Is there debate on the question of postponing action one day? If not, those in favor of the motion to postpone action one day will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will per the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine, ascertain the result on this question. There are 77 ayes, 17 nays, 6 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the motion adopted. Action will be postponed one day. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4338, reducing annual permit fee for each video lottery terminal owned or leased by a limited video lottery licensee.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 27th, Doug Gearhart, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4338 would amend current law to reduce the annual permit fee paid to the West Virginia Lottery Commission for each video lottery terminal owned or leased by a video lottery licensee from $1,000 to $500, effective May 1, 2020. That is the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, the question is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman 46, Doug Burkhammer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you tell me what the fiscal note is on this? Obviously, it's going to be negative.
The reduction in this fee would amount to $4.5 million that's payable to the Lottery Commission.
All right, are these industries struggling to make it? Is there a reason we need to give them a break and give them this boost?
It would be difficult for me to define the owners of 9,000 different units as to whether they are struggling or not, but I'd be happy to illuminate the reasoning for the bill if you'd like.
Yeah, please go ahead.
In the last several years since limited video lottery was established, we have worked to, if you will, sort of clean up that industry. And in that period of time, we have worked hard since I've been here in 2011 to give them an opportunity to be successful, whereas maybe they didn't really have that opportunity before. By doing that over that period of time, about 5 or 6 bills we've passed in the last few years, we have realized an additional $130 million or so to the Lottery Commission. During that same period of time, this legislature has extended back to a similar industry in the gaming industry about $120 million that they've been able to match to maintain their facilities, their equipment, which has placed this particular industry, this particular segment of that industry on an unlevel playing field. So this gives those businesses the opportunity to have their own money to maintain their facilities. This is not enough money, quite frankly, for any one location to purchase any gaming machine, but it is enough money for them to improve their facility and or have a portion to do that, which in fact over time has contributed mightily to our lottery revenues that fund a variety of projects. I'm not going through them at all.
But are our revenues now, projected revenues in lottery, are they lower or higher than we've projected?
I'm not certain what you mean. From last year?
So we have projections and estimates that are coming in so that money can then roll through into these other programs. Is that lower than projected, so we need to boost these industries to try to get more, or are we already getting more?
Lower or higher this current year than projected from last year, I don't know. I can tell you that, as we all know and we've seen on a variety of occasions, the Lottery Commission sort of explains how they fund through a bucket program. And one bucket fills and another fills and it drips down to another one. All of those buckets are filled, and we have dollars at the end of it that can be expired and to general revenue or whatever program we might wish to expire it to.
So if we've already got extra, and you were saying this is an idea to help boost it, why is the boost necessary if we're already bringing more in than we've projected?
Well, unfortunately, or fortunately, every time you cut taxes, you increase revenue. Anytime you reduce fees, the resultant circumstance is more revenue to government. I don't know the purpose of this is to increase that revenue. However, it is the result. The purpose of it is to create a level playing field within this industry that we are a very large part of. This particular industry pays 52% off the top in tax. They pay another fee just to have a license in order to possess the equipment necessary to do this business. And then we have the fee that we're debating right now that adds another $1,000 a year. There has been some consideration of a similar circumstance to prepare or have a modernization fund for LLVs. My particular impression of that, this would be much more simplistic. Rather than to have a fund that goes through the Lottery Commission that has to be swirled and approved and matched and all of that type of thing, simplistically to allow West Virginia business people to have West Virginians' own money to improve and maintain their own business.
Okay. I appreciate all the information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, looking at this, and we're talking about a reduction of $4.5 million, and we're trying a lot of different things, and we look at a lot of businesses that are struggling, and I would say that these businesses aren't struggling. I have the honor of sitting here and getting a lot of information on finance, and we are already above projections in the excess. We projected $31 million in the excess, and we are currently this year, as of the end of January, we're at $38 million in the excess. And so when we're looking at ways to cut, people to help, I really don't think this is an industry that needs our help. Now, I'm not one to go in here and try to make big waves in gambling. Everybody knows that I'm against gambling. But I feel like we are just continually giving breaks in this industry where they aren't needed. And so with that said, I'm going to urge a no vote.
Lady from the 38th, Doug Graves, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone in here knows my stance on gambling. I have very serious reservations about the state generating revenue from something that's inherently dangerous to families. I have a casino in my district. They don't always like me. That's fine. I feel like I represent the feelings of my constituents. I'm going to speak in favor of this bill, not because it's supporting a gambling industry. Instead, I'm going to talk about how I feel about taxing a private business owner, because that's essentially what this fee is. We're going to charge them money to do with their establishment what they want to do. We're going to charge them for the privilege of managing their business. So the fact that we're going to give a slight reduction in the fees that we charge this private business owner, it's not enough to purchase a new machine. We already know that. It is enough that they can go in and they can restore light fixtures in their restaurant. They can put up new bar stools. They could recover some of their furniture. They could, just try to improve their private business so that they can attract more customers. And quite frankly, after COVID and everything else that small businesses have gone through, I am willing to allow them this slight reduction in fees. And I hope you'll join me.
Gentleman of the 10th, Doug Conley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We often talk about bills that people have apprehension with because of the fact that it's going to cause a loss of revenue in a specific area. I'm going to use this as an example. Vehicle inspection stickers. It seems like every time I hear someone speak about that, it's an issue because I believe $3 of that goes to the state police. And I say that to say this industry that we're talking about in the gambling, I don't think they're hurting for money whatsoever. In fact, if I had my way, we'd increase their fee by $500 and use that money to offset things like the inspection stickers on our vehicles. That would help every West Virginian. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I will be a no.
The gentleman of the 45th, Doug Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rule 49, as I own and operate video lottery machines.
It is the chair's understanding that there are greater than 5 holders of these licenses around the state, and therefore it would be the ruling of the chair that the gentleman would belong to a class of greater than 5 individuals, and therefore should vote on the question. Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman of the 29th, Doug Steele.
Mr. Speaker, it just occurred to me, I actually represent a video lottery retailer, so I'd need a Rule 49 as well.
Okay, it would again be the ruling of the chair that greater than 5 individuals would hold such a license, and the gentleman's connection to the licensee would be even less direct and therefore would be directed to vote on the question. Question again before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 69 ayes, 24 nays, 7 members absent, a majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4338, reducing annual permit fee for each video lottery terminal owned or leased by a limited video lottery licensee.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4340, relating to maximizing the opportunity to recover anatomical gifts for the purpose of transplantation, therapy, research, or education.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? Okay, no objections are heard. Gentleman of the 17th, Doug Rohrbach, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. House Bill 4340. The purpose of this bill is to increase the opportunity to recover anatomical gifts for the purposes of transplantation, therapy, research, or education. The bill permits that if the guardian is the DHHR, the department may make an anatomical gift of a decedent's body or part without a court order. It also adds provisions intended to increase communication and cooperation between the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner and organ procurement organizations. It authorized the Chief Medical Examiner to enter into contracts and agreements with the procurement organization to facilitate the efficient and economical recovery of anatomical gifts. This is a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Okay, if not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine, ascertain the result. On this question, there are 89 ayes, 4 nays, and 7 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4340, relating to maximizing the opportunity to recover anatomical gifts for the purpose of transplantation, therapy, research, or education.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4406 to establish the West Virginia Military Hall of Fame.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? Okay, there are no objections. The gentleman from the 29th, Douglas Steele, to explain the bill.
Just a point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker. It's my understanding that there is an amendment pending in the system, and we need to ask unanimous consent to amend on third.
Gentleman is correct. We can go ahead and do that now if the gentleman would prefer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are there objections to permitting the gentleman from the 56, Douglas Howell, to offer an amendment to the bill on third reading? Okay, there are no objections heard. The clerk will please report the amendment.
Delegate Howe moves to amend the bill on page 1, section 1, line 8, after the word for, by striking 25 years or more and inserting in lieu thereof the words 10 years or a majority of their lives. On page 1, section 1, line 9, after the word application, by inserting a comma, and on page 1, section 1, line 9, after the word DD 214, by inserting the following: and or other supporting Department of Defense personnel records or national or state archive records.
Okay, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just read by the clerk. Gentleman 56, Douglas Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the amendment is when yesterday I was looking over the bill. The DD 214 that the bill calls for did not exist until 1950 after the creation of the Defense Department. So all the people who served in World War II and prior wars would not be eligible for this. Also, if a person was killed in the line of duty, they are also not issued discharge papers. So what we've done is added in other Defense Department documents or stuff from the state or national archives. In the case we may at some point may want to put Daniel Boone in this. Of course, there would be no records for that for the Defense Department. The other thing that we notice on it is the 25 years, because we have large borders. Many people, myself included, are born outside of the state, but only reside there for a few days. To give you an example, a gentleman by the name of William Shuck from my county was killed in the line of duty in Korea and received the Medal of Honor. However, he was born in Cumberland, Maryland, would not be eligible under the way this is written. So I would urge adoption of the amendment. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Okay, if not, yes, gentleman 29th, Douglas Steele.
I just rise in support of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman 28th, Douglas Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. He spoke to me about it yesterday, and we just missed it when we processed that bill through the Veterans Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill? If not, the clerk will please read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4406 to establish the West Virginia Military Hall of Fame.
Okay, again, are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 29th District, Steele, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of House Bill 4406 is to create a West Virginia Military Hall of Fame within the Department of Veterans Assistance. The program would recognize West Virginians who have been awarded a Purple Heart or Medals for Valor. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman from the 10th District, Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly rise in support of this bill, but more importantly, I rise in support of our veterans. I think that we all would agree that if it was not for the sacrifice of our veterans, we probably would not be here today doing what we're doing. We have veterans that paid the ultimate price. They left home, they didn't return. We have many veterans that left and returned, but returned forever changed. They came back quadriplegics. They come back amputees. They come back blind. They come back burned and scarred for life. We have others that returned that maybe didn't come back with physical scars, but they came back with mental scars. The suicide rate among our veterans is extremely high. So this is just a way to further show our appreciation to those veterans. And I will say this, I have with me today my friend up in the West Gallery. This bill was his idea. His name is Bernie Lyons. Bernie, if you'd stand for just a minute. Bernie asked me to do this bill several months ago, and I was very, very happy to do that. Bernie has been here when it went through the Veterans Committee and passed unanimously. He was here when it went through the government org and passed unanimously. Joining Bernie in the government org room was also his friend, mine, and your all's, Woody Wilson. Woody, most of you all know, we've talked a lot about the Gold Star families, the Gold Star award. This is something that he initiated. And to sit at the end of that government org meeting and to look at Woody Wilson and to look at Bernie when this thing went unanimous and to see the high fives and the fist bumps was just absolutely priceless. At the end of that meeting, Woody said to me, "Roger, you know this is something that we should have done a long time ago." And I said, "Yes, sir, I absolutely agree with that." And I guess I would tell you all here today, we all know that there's nothing that we could have done about what happened in the past. But certainly today, we have the opportunity to do something for our veterans, and that's to turn that board up there green. And I would urge you all to do just that. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from the 16th, Doug Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for the gentleman from the 10th, I do have a photo of that fist bump there that's going to be delivered to Woody Williams. And to the gentleman, you joined the referee from the Super Bowl a couple years back when Woody flipped the coin and accidentally calling him Woody Wilson instead of Woody Williams. But he loves you to death, and he's very supportive of the bill, and I rise to support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 1st, District, McGeehan.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Speaker. Will the chair yield for a question? A couple questions.
Yes, sir.
So those who would be eligible for eligible applicants for this Military Hall of Fame, there'd be two criteria, it looks like it's set out, two general categorizations. Service on the field of battle, which would, I think, entail only conflicts with hostile forces.
Yes.
Okay, and then the second would then be also, they must have earned medals from only those listed here in the bill. So
That's
those
correct.
are two main categorizations there, right? But then under Section C, it seems like there's going to be this board or committee of veterans that are going to be reviewing these applications, and they're going to have authorization to promulgate rules. So is there flexibility in those two categories of criteria for, others that may have distinguished themselves but may not fit necessarily strictly within those two different categories?
The way the bill's constructed, I'd have to say no. Obviously we can always come back if we run into a situation where, there is some conspicuous gallantry that is not covered by these medals, or the Department of Defense comes up with a new medal that might not be included in here. But to the gentleman's question, this is pretty rigid. I don't believe the rulemaking power would allow them to add other citations.
Okay, thanks.
The question again before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman 56, Douglas Howell. The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4406 to establish the West Virginia Military Hall of Fame.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, does the chair hear any objection to return to further consideration of House Bill 4338 for the purposes of adopting a motion for effective date on the bill? Okay, there are no objections heard. Now before the House will be further consideration of House Bill 4338. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill become effective May 1st, 2022.
Okay, the question is on the motion that House Bill 4338 be made effective May 1st, 2022 to coincide with the effective date as contained in the language of the bill itself. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 86 ayes, 9 nays, and 5 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares the effective date on House Bill 4338 to be May the 1st, 2022. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House on House Bill 4338 to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4430 relating to definitions of base salary and overtime for police and firemen pensions.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Lady from the third to explain the bill.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee substitute for House Bill 4430 would amend provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to municipal policemen's pension and relief funds and the firemen's pension and relief funds. The bill provides definitions for the terms base salary and overtime and other remuneration. I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman 36, Douglas Pritt. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4430 relating to definitions of base salary and overtime for police and firemen pensions.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4433, providing that retirement benefits are not subject to execution.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The gentleman from the 27th, Doug Gerhardt, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4433 would amend provisions of West Virginia Code related to the municipal policemen's pension and relief funds and firemen's pension and relief funds. This bill would prohibit pension benefits from being subject to execution, attachment, garnishment, the operation of bankruptcy or insolvency laws or other process or assignment except qualified domestic relations orders. The bill would make exception for deductions from payments for group insurance or prepayment plans and would allow municipalities to set off any claim arising from embezzlement by or fraud of a member, retirant, or beneficiary. The bill also states that the assets of the retirement system are exempt from state, county, and municipal taxes. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4433, providing that retirement benefits are not subject to execution.
Are there amendments to the title?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the Finance Title Amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4462, relating to deferred retirement option plan evaluations.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
Are there objections to postponing action one day on House Bill 4462? Good, no objections are heard. Further action on House Bill 4462 will be postponed by one day. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4568, to allow phased rehabilitations of certified historic structures.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from the 61st, Douglas Barrett, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to the credit from West Virginia Corporation net income tax qualified rehabilitated buildings investment. The bill would make the following changes to current code. Eliminate current limits on per project and per year credits. Current limit per project is $10 million. Total for credits under both this section and the personal income tax credit authorized elsewhere in the code. Current limit per fiscal year is $30 million total for this credit and for the personal income tax credit. The bill also eliminates a setback of credit for projects asking for credits of $500,000. The bill also authorizes credits for phase projects, which would allow the credit at the completion of a particular phase of the project, subject to clawback provisions if the project is not completed and certified within 60 days of the determination that a phase was complete. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on this bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 93 ayes, 2 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4568, to allow phased rehabilitations of certified historic structures.
Are there amendments to the title?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
Question before the House is the adoption of the Finance Committee title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4583, clarifying the definition of incapacity so that incarceration in the penal system or detention outside of the United States may not be inferred as resulting in a lack of capacity to execute a power of attorney.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman from 32nd, Douglas Fast, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This committee substitute adds a subsection to Chapter 39B, Article 1 of the Code to provide that it may not be inferred from the definition of incapacity in the article that an individual who is either incarcerated or detained outside of the United States lacks the capacity to execute a power of attorney. This enables an individual incarcerated in a penal system or otherwise detained outside the United States to execute a power of attorney without initiating a circuit court proceeding. That's a summary, Mr. Speaker. Urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine, ascertain the result. Gentleman from the 16th, Douglas Hornbuckle. Okay, clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4583, clarifying the definition of incapacity so that incarceration in the penal system or detention outside of the United States may not be inferred as resulting in a lack of capacity to execute a power of attorney.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2798, relating to requiring the Health Department to mandate mucopolysaccharidosis type 1 test for newborn babies to be known as MB's Law.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4348, relating to pharmacy technicians.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4488, relating to coal mining and changing fees for permitting actions.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4559, providing for legislative rulemaking relating to the disposition of unidentified and unclaimed remains in the possession of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the bill.
Gentleman 35th, Delegate Capito, to explain the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this amendment is to provide rulemaking authority to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner and also to promulgate emergency rules to carry out the provisions of the chapter. I urge adoption.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman from 35th, Delegate Capito. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4585, relating to controlled substance monitoring and removing a dispensing prohibition.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4596, relating generally to additional persons qualifying for the provisions of the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4631, establishing a bone marrow and peripheral blood stem donation awareness program.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4649, transferring the operations of the West Virginia Children's Health Insurance Program to the Bureau for Medical Services.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2096, reinstating the film investment tax credit.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3223, prohibits state, county, and municipal governments from dedicating or naming any public structure for a public official who is holding office at the time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the 16th, Delegate Mant, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask unanimous consent to be listed as a co-sponsor on this bill, please.
On House Bill 23 or House Bill 3223?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does the chair hear objection? Okay, no objections are heard. The clerk will add Delegate Mant as a co-sponsor to House Bill 3223. And the bill will be advanced to second reading. Next bill on first reading.
House Bill 4019, relating to deadlines for public charter schools.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4264, change name of Glenville State College to Glenville State University.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4566, creating the Economic Enhancement Grant Fund.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4567, relating to business and occupation or privilege tax.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4591, relating to accelerating the conversion of the state excise tax on the privilege of transferring real property into a county excise tax.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4604, relating to abolishing the Workforce Development Initiative Program Advisory Council.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4606, authorizing programs to assist at-risk veterans and their families with existing resources to combat suicide.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4644, prohibiting the restriction, regulation, use, or administration of lawn care and pest care products.
The bill will be advanced. Are there other bills on first reading? If not, leaves of absence. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For our colleagues, Delegate Boggs, Ellington, Hamrick, Westfall, and Young.
Are there objections to leaves being granted? No objections are heard. Leaves of absence shall be granted. Introductions. Introductions, miscellaneous business. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, the House adjourn until 11 a.m. Monday, February 22nd.
Are there announcements?
Yes.
Lady from the 49th.
Your Committee on Rules will meet at 10:45 Monday behind the chamber.
Gentleman from the 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Judiciary will meet today at 1 p.m. in the House Judiciary Committee Room. The Republicans will caucus in the chairman's office at 12:45 p.m. today. The agenda is posted. Also, your Committee on Judiciary will meet Monday morning, February 21, 9 a.m. in the House Judiciary Committee Room. The agenda will be posted. And the Republicans will caucus Monday morning in the chairman's office at 8:45.
Gentleman from the 51st, Doug Stowler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education will meet Monday, February the 21st at 3 p.m. in the Education Committee Room. The agenda will be posted.
Gentleman from the 15th, Doug Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet Monday at 3 p.m. in the House Government Organization Committee Room, and the agenda will be posted.
Lady from the 51st, Doug Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The women delegates are cordially invited to lunch in the governor's conference room. And those of you on Judiciary, you rush down there and you can get your lunch. But hopefully all of us can attend and have a nice meal.
Are there further announcements? If Gentleman from 36, Doug Barrick.
Yes, it's, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it's time for my Friday weather and road report for all of you heading on back home. Today it doesn't look too bad. A few flurries, especially heading east over to the higher elevations. Shouldn't be too bad. The main concern today is going to be heading up north and west of here. We had some heavy rain last night. Any roads near streams or creeks, we could have some high water, could have some ponding, so plan on having to slow down in those areas and just be prepared for some surprises that way. Just take it easy. Coming back, we're looking great. Sunday looks beautiful. Monday looks great if you're coming back on Monday. The only thing you'll have to dodge is the usual potholes this time of year. But other than that, should be a pretty good weekend for us all. Hope you have a great weekend. Excuse me, getting choked up. Drive safely. We'll see you all here Monday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to clarify my motion. I think I misspoke, that we adjourn until 11 a.m. Monday, February 21st, 2022.
Are there further announcements at this time? If not, the question is on the motion that the House stand adjourned at 11 a.m. Monday, February 21st. Those in favor will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is adjourned at 11 a.m. Monday morning.
Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, question before the Senate is passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4333, as it has now been amended, requires the Board of Hearing Aid Dealers and Fitters to wind up its business over the next year and terminates the board on June 30th, 2023. Hearing aid dealers and fitters will continue to be regulated and licensed by the board until its termination, when the regulation and licensing will be transferred to the Board of Examiners of Speech-Language Pathologists and Audiologists. The Speech-Language Pathologist and Audiology Board composition will be altered to include the hearing aid dealer and fitter, like the Senior Senator from the 17th explained. The bill also authorizes advertising and sale of hearing aids by and through the mail upon the bill becoming effective. The bill resolves the financial insolvency of the Hearing Aid Dealers and Fitters Board while continuing regulation of hearing aid dealers and fitters themselves. It also acknowledges the imminent federal authorization of over-the-counter and internet sale of broad category of hearing aids. I'll take questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 26 yeas, 8 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Senator Takubo moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senator from Upshur.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider the vote by which the Senate rejected Senate Bill 574.
The senator from Upshur moves to reconsider the vote by which the Senate rejected Senate Bill 574. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. All 34 of us are elected here by our constituents from back home. We represent them. We're here to vote based on our conscience. I've not been here long. I've just been here a couple years. I've never asked any of my colleagues told them to vote a certain way. I've never been asked by my colleagues and told to vote a certain way. What are we doing? We took a vote here. We're all elected to take a vote here based on our conscience. We've taken that vote. It appears we're going to take a very different vote here shortly. I said earlier today, it feels like I'm living in bizarro world, and it still feels that way. I'm going to stand by my vote of my conscience. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion, Senior Senator from the 17th?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be, Senate Bill 574 be moved to the Committee on Rules. Is there discussion pertaining to moving the bill to rules? If not, all those in favor of moving it to rules will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Bills on second reading.
Revised committee substitute for Senate Bill 221, establishing occupational therapy compact, second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Carnes moved to amend the bill on page 26, section 14.
Senator from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. President. Much like with Senate Bill 213, this amendment adds a proviso to the compact that provides that any rules or bylaws of the Commission shall not alter or amend, abolish, or contravene the scope of practice or standard of care in the state of West Virginia for occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants. I urge adoption.
Is there discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Mr. President, after consulting with the national expert that we talked about that spoke to us about these compacts and stuff, I can support this amendment because I was informed it does nothing. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the adoption of the amendment offered by the Senator from Randolph. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 274, requiring Secretary of DHHR to allocate CPS workers by Bureau of Social Services District annually. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 414, creating special revenue account for statewide records management program. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 480, relating to DEP Office of Oil and Gas. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 489, clarifying amount of Deputy Sheriff annual salary increase. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 494, creating broadband carrier neutral and open access infrastructure development fund. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 529, encouraging additional computer science education in West Virginia schools. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 534, clarifying that secondary source on insurance is not controlling authority. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 541, requiring homeschooled child's academic assessment be submitted by a certain date. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 568, relating to health insurance loss ratio information. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 571, declaring certain claims to be moral obligations of state. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 573, providing system where magistrates shall preside in certain instances outside normal court hours. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 575, ensuring that imposition of certain sexual offenses apply to persons working in juvenile facilities. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 593, allowing Marshall University's Forensic Analysis Laboratory access and participation in West Virginia DNA database for certain purposes. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 595, relating to Dangerousness Assessment Advisory Board. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 598, establishing partnerships and aid for at-risk veterans to combat suicide. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 609, allowing DOH Commissioner to accept ownership of rented and leased equipment. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 611, removing cap on bidders' contract bonds. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 660, setting forth standard of care requirements for telehealth practice. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 4060, repealing outdated sections of code relating to health. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4369, update the telepsychology compact. Second reading of the bill.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent for the bill to move to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Bills on first reading. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all bills on first read be considered read a first time and advanced to second read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Introduction of guest. Remarks by members. Senator from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I've talked to a few people about House Bill 4007, one of the things that I've kind of heard about it is, you know, it's just 10%. It's just a miserly 10% reduction, and we should go big, much larger than that. I agree with that, by the way, that we should go much bigger. But just a couple of quick points about that. The first is that given the way West Virginia's residents are having to deal with inflation and, you know, all these rising costs and everything, I don't think they would think that a 10% reduction wasn't worth having. The second thing I would point out about 10% is that the modern success story, you know, we oftentimes hear about Kansas, but truly the modern success story of income tax reduction as a way to drive economic growth is actually North Carolina. And in 2013, North Carolina started their path to income tax reduction, and they've been at it ever since. In 2013, many of North Carolina's residents saw a 3.33% reduction in income tax. Now, they did a couple of things with reform as well as starting that income tax process, but 3.33 is a lot less than 10%. And it's worth noting, and I got this from the Tax Foundation site, in the 7 years leading up to 2013, the national average for economic growth was about 5.5%. In North Carolina, it was 1.8%. So they lagged 4% almost behind the national average in the 7 years leading up to their efforts to start tax reform. In the 7 years after North Carolina started the process of tax reform, they grew 0.5% faster than the national average. So when you conflate those two together, it's about 4.5% increase in the economic growth in the state of North Carolina, and that all started with a 3.33% reduction for many North Carolinians in their income tax. So I don't think 10% is too miserly to get a start on this. I pointed out yesterday that 4,007 was a prime number. And today I'd like to point out that House Bill 4007 is prime legislation sitting in the Finance Committee, and it would fly out of there through this floor and onto the governor's desk if only it had a chance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further remarks. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're still celebrating Black History Month for a couple more weeks. And I feel as though that this is a good time to talk about Black history. And one of the things about Black history is this. People don't realize that during slavery, African Americans or slaves weren't allowed to read or learn to read. And if they learned somehow to read, they were executed because it was that fear of knowledge that would set them free in their minds and to plan and to communicate. At the end of the Civil War, Frederick Douglass, the great abolitionist, fought for equal access to schools. And there was some. Then came 1896, was Ferguson versus Plessy, which brought in separate but equal, which set back integration in the schools for 60 years until 1954, when Brown versus the Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas, which ended legalized discrimination. But what happened during that time? That was a time of white flight. Many whites in the South and some places in the North, they want their children to go to school with African Americans. So what did they do? They set out and started their own private schools. Their own private schools. You know, education to African Americans has been very special. We've always cherished education, even though in some of the places in this country that financing isn't equal in some of the places due to the tax base, but we still value education. My father had 8th grade education when he fled the South in 1918 at the age of 15. But he educated himself to educate me. What I'm saying is this. Some cases or decisions live in infamy, and May 17th, 1954 is one of those dates. It changed the course of this nation. Brown versus the Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas was the first pillar that began to unravel legalized segregation. And this great American experiment with public schools has changed us for the best as a nation. And we should not go back and retrench ourselves in these little groups, especially at this time in history when we must all pull together facing an enemy out there and facing so many problems. You know, I had spoken earlier that we are all joined at the hip as one people. And by us separating ourselves and putting ourselves in these little different silos across the country and in the state, I don't think that's helpful. You know, my wife taught for 25 years before she became ill. And she taught kindergarten kids. And they were always happy to come to school to see their friends, It didn't matter what color they were, or where they came from, or what economic status they were. But they were always happy. Kids like going to school. I enjoyed school. You know, we're stuck in this here era of a cultural war that's going on. We are in a cultural war, and it's going to be detrimental. There will be no winners in this cultural war. There will be victims and casualties. And I think the children will become a casualty of this cultural war, the way it's going. You know, when you talk about critical race theory, which has never been there, what we're doing is playing a game and exploiting an idea that's not there. We see people benefiting politically by preaching something like critical race theory that's not true. But to me, this is exploitation of the children. And again, you know, people talk about our educational system, how bad it is. No, our educational system isn't bad. It's just been, everybody's been saying it's bad, but it's not. You know, a few years ago, I met with a group of teachers from Japan out in Portland, Oregon. And it was interesting. They said, we're trying to move towards your type of education because all our children, we don't get a chance to enjoy our children because they're in school all the time, most of the year. Where, as Americans, we are moving towards their style of education. The thing is, if you take our top 20% of students in this country and compare them to the rest of the world, we are at the top of the world. It's just that in this country, we try to educate everybody, what brings our scores down, where other countries, only a few, select few, are being educated. But again, I just feel as though that this is a Black History moment here in this state with what's been going on with this cultural war and these books, and even with this here pods and micro schools or whatever. I feel as though that it could lead to resegregation of the school system in the state of West Virginia and other states that have these pods and micro schools. Thank you.
Further remarks, Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just real brief, I was not expecting to make remarks today, but I am so excited about the potential and the possibilities that we are opening up in the state of West Virginia. And it did not come up in the debate that we had earlier on the micro school and learning pod bill. But the reality is, those who can afford a private education in the state of West Virginia, those who have a private school close to them, they have the choice to do that. And there are those who have excellent public schools that they have access to. But micro schools is an option for those who may not have such great public schools or a private school that they can afford. And a group of parents, minorities, whoever, who feels they're not getting an option can now find a solution, a way to possibly get the education that they feel their child would benefit the most from. And some of these students may right now not be getting that. So I'm really excited about the future of West Virginia and the fact that we here are willing to try anything and everything to help our kids succeed. I think that is truly a laudable goal, and I'm grateful for the support.
Senator from Wood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a brief statement here. Just want to respond just briefly, a few words in response to the senator from Ohio. I'm a reader. I've got probably 1,300 books in my little library downstairs. I've been reading 1 to 3 books in perpetuity since I was 18 or 19. I know it doesn't show in my intelligence, no smart remarks there, but one of the books I read in Bible college was a book called Up From Slavery by Booker T. Washington. It was one of the, I'm not saying this to be accepted or be politically correct, but it was one of the most profound books I've ever read. If you've not read the story of Booker T. Washington, then you're deprived of a fantastic story. Booker T. Washington started a school called the Tuskegee Institute, and I would presume to think that he wasn't worried about tons of regulations. He wasn't worried about miring it down in the bureaucracy that we see today that motivates many of us to go to private school or homeschool or these new micro schools that are just rooted in freedom, allowing Americans to educate their kids the way they want to educate their kids. And that's what Booker T. Washington did. I was reading just here before I stood up, somebody wrote that he built that school brick by brick by his hand. He was an American. He was a real American. And this was in 1881. And I dare say that if Booker T. Washington studied the philosophy of critical race theory, he would understand that it is a Marxist philosophy founded in the devil called Karl Marx, and it is antithetical to our foundation, to our Declaration of Independence, and to our Constitution, and he would flee. He would burn that thing up. And that's what needs to be done with it, and I appreciate the senator from Ohio. He's an eloquent speaker, and I'm not up to pick a fight, but I want to make those 2 points about Booker T. Washington and just the evil of critical race theory that needs to be banned in every corner of our great nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask unanimous consent that the remarks by the senator from Ohio be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the remarks from the senator from Jefferson and the senator from Wood be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senator from Harrison.
I have one statement, Mr. President, very quickly, that I've made many times. Those that fail to know history are doomed to repeat it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further remarks? Miscellaneous business? Not remarks? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I'll be brief. I know we have a lot to do this evening. I just want to bring it to everybody's attention some good news. Currently at CMC, we're watching statistics, and 3 weeks ago, the average amount of daily COVID admissions was 18 per day. About 10 days ago, that number has dropped to about 12 per day, and over the last 5 days, it's dropped to about 9.5. So if that trend continues, and that's what we're seeing across the country, hopefully, in about 6 to 8 weeks, we'll be over the blunt of this. I also do want to point out, though, we need to do all we can to try to prevent it. There's still friends of ours in this Senate that is currently 49 years old, was healthy a few weeks ago, and is currently on a ventilator, fighting for their life with a tracheostomy in place and on heart-lung bypass. So this is still a very serious disease. The CDC and an epidemiology study from Harvard has estimated 135,000 unvaccinated Americans have died in just the past 6 months due to lack of vaccine. So it's very effective. You know, one other thing I would also want to point out to the members is that you know, this thing's been politicized so heavily, and there's no doubt that there's been a vast amount of confusion created by that. You know, the hydroxychloroquine, all the different remedies people go. Mr. President, I tried those, you know, dating back when this thing first started and it was going to hit West Virginia. I got on the horn with critical care docs from Marshall University and WVU, and we sat one night, all night, I remember, it was my dining room table, and we came up with a protocol for the whole state, no matter what hospital you went to. Many small hospitals don't have those intensivists, and we came up with protocols, and the number one treatment we came up with was hydroxychloroquine. So for months, when you came to the ICU when this thing first started in 2020, that's what we did. I never saw it work. It just didn't work. What I have seen, so we eventually went away from that. Studies confirmed what we saw doesn't work in this disease. However, there are things that do work. The vaccine works, but there's also new medications are out that are either IV, which are antibodies, which many, I think in this chamber may have gotten those, and after about 24 hours, you know the difference. Those work. You can feel the difference. But we also now have new antiviral oral medications. It's only been out for a few weeks. So I just want to make the members aware for that. These are combination antivirals, and they are having pretty dramatic effects. Just to kind of give you an idea, what the studies are now showing, there is a 89% reduction compared to placebo regarding reducing the severity of COVID-19 that reduces the risk of you being hospitalized or suffering death. Now that is a change of 7% to less than 1% overall. Vast majority of people still do okay, but 5 to 7% don't. And by taking these medications early, it can certainly be life-saving. Many, I don't know if the members know, those are available. They've only been out for a few weeks. What I've seen personally from the few patients we've had dosed with these, but they see the same thing often as the antibodies. After about 24 to 48 hours, they start feeling dramatically better. So, you know, if you have loved ones or something, just want to make the body aware of it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion, excuse me. Remarks by members. Senior Senator from Boone.
You know,
I've been up here about 16 years, and I've been a proud member of the West Virginia State Senate. I believe in democracy. I believe in debate. I believe in listening to our constituents. And I believe when we vote on a bill, we ought to vote how we think it's going to help the most people in West Virginia. I think that's what happened today on Senate Bill 574. I think that we understood that that bill didn't go far enough, and we listened to what impact it would have on a relatively small but important population. That's democracy. But when we call timeout and we go over there behind the closed door and come back in here, and it's a total different vote or a total different perspective, that's not democracy. It's closer to autocracy. And so I think we have a bit of a embarrassment. I know when I was in the supermajority and in leadership, we had bigger numbers than 23 to 11. It was never like that. Now, if it was a issue with a bill that had some type of a error or something, that'd be a different story. That bill was debated and voted on in a democratic way.
Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the gentleman's comments there, but I'd like to, according to Rule 42, nothing here was done illegal. A bill was able to be reconsidered, and it's been done many, many a times. I've been here 10 years, and I spent 2 years in the minority, and I've seen this happen several times in the 2 years I was in the minority by the majority party by then, or at that time. And I've even seen people lose their parking places. I've seen people lose their offices, committee assignments, committee chairmanships, because they voted the wrong way. So if we're going to be fair about it, let's be fair and not be hypocrites about it. It was legally done. A lot of times we do this to try to make a bill better where everyone can agree on it. It's part of the process. That's what makes this process that we have great. It's messed up, but it's still the greatest one in the world. And it's just a tool that we can use to make legislation better. So let's not be pointing fingers at each other. Because anytime you point a finger at someone, you got 3 more pointing back at you. So thank you, Mr. President.
Remark by members. Recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't expect to come down here, but I took it as a personal insult in what was just said here. So I want to give everybody a little history lesson on what took place, because I've served since 2002, 8 years in the House of Delegates, 2 years in the minority in this chamber, and the remainder of it being in the majority. And what the senator from Tucker said there was just mildly spoken, kindly. I witnessed it. I had members tell me how things went on. What took place in here this morning is that we're trying to perfect a bill and get a piece of legislation out that satisfies the needs of the people of West Virginia. It may or may not come out of the Rules Committee. But I can tell you this much, there wasn't any dictating taking place at all. And that's exactly why a recess was called, to go back and have a conversation, the majority party, have a conversation what took place here. I'm sorry that we stole a win from the minority, because it wasn't a win. That's not the game that's being played here. The game that's being played is for the people of West Virginia. There wasn't anything done in this chamber that was outside the rules or outside the integrity, which I take personally. So to stand up here and make comments like that is wrong. I will continue, as long as I've got that chair, to do exactly how I've been doing it. And that is trying to run a fair institution for the people of West Virginia. Merit of the issue. And I hope that I don't come back here to this seat one more time this session for that, because I have no regrets whatsoever for what we did in here today. That bill is still alive, and if we can perfect it, we will. And if it cannot be perfected, it will not come back out of rules. As simple as that. And anybody's got any suggestions on how to make it better, I'm all ears. And I think everybody in this chamber knows that that's my behavior and my style of leadership. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Miscellaneous business, seniors, oh, sorry. I'm drawing a blank. Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Madam President. I request that the remarks by the Senate President be printed in the appendix of the Journal.
Further remarks by members. Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. And those of you who know me know there's nobody that enjoys a debate more than me. I love the debate. I love the outcome. I love the final product. And from someone who's been in leadership across the hall, I understand how the rules work, Mr. President. I understand that quite well, and I know who the rules are designed to protect and who they are designed to benefit. But I don't know if the senator from Tucker was referring to his time in the House in the minority or his time in the Senate in the minority, but I was the majority whip for 8 years over there. And my job was to assign not only parking places, but office assignments. Now, the Speaker, of course, had all assignments to committee chairs and vice chairs. But I can assure you that not one time did I ever make a decision to take someone's parking place from them, or did I ever make a decision to move someone from an office to a broom closet because of how they voted. Did we talk to them? Did we try to change them? Of course we did. That's part of the process. But I can't leave here today letting people think that we ran to people and said, if you don't vote this way, not under my leadership team, Mr. President, I can't speak for others, but not under the leadership team I worked for. Not one time do I recall ever taking someone's parking place because I didn't like the way they voted. Not one time do I ever recall taking someone's office because of the way they voted. Did we try to change minds? Of course we did. Of course we did. That's the process. But no one was strong-armed over there while I was there, and I don't know what my friend, and he is my friend, from Tucker is referring to. We'll have this conversation later, I'm sure, but I don't ever recall that happening. I just couldn't let that go unchecked, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
Further remarks. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure that we actually had the conclusion of the unanimous consent to place the remarks of the President and Senior Senator from the 15th in the appendix of the Journal. So,
is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Further remarks. Miscellaneous business. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand adjourned until Monday at 11 a.m.
Are there announcements? Senator from Morgan, you want to announce again?
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess it's just me. Your committee on the judiciary will meet this afternoon at 1 1:40 p.m. in the Judiciary Committee Room, 208 West Wing.
1:40.
1:40. I'm saying my math's not great, but I'm saying that's 10 to 15 minutes from now. We have one bill on the agenda. It has been posted. It's available for anybody to look at on the committee website.
Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just an announcement. The subcommittee on flood demolitions of the Flood Committee will also meet at 1:40 p.m. today in your conference room, and that includes stakeholders from the House, the Senate, and other agencies of government. Thank you.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate stand adjourned until 11 a.m. Monday. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate adjourned until 11 a.m. Monday.